Oops, I didn't set up my camera. Whoops. Give me a sec. Hopefully we go back to our regular schedule. Hey, I am trying. Also, I bit my tongue if I sound a little weird. That's why I bit my tongue. I'm trying to talk normally. But if I sound a little weird, if I have a little weird sound to my voice, well, I bit my tongue. That's why. God damn it. Come on. Come on. You got this. Okay. Cool. Hey, I am trying to go back to the regular schedule. It's not exactly easy. Dude, it's so hard to talk without like biting my tongue again. It's kind of annoying actually. Fuck. Okay. Dante the King, hello. Big promises, but I'll talk. Hey, I did that for the last stream. Nice shirt. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's my Kingdom Hearts 2 shirt. I've had this shirt for years, and I mean fucking years. I've had this shirt for a very long time. Speaking of which, I am debating starting Kingdom Hearts 2 today. I am debating it because like I kind of want to celebrate Kingdom Hearts. I haven't done anything for it. But for now, let's just read what people had to say regarding chapter 418. Or actually, wait. Quick question. God, it's so annoying. This is so fucking irritating. And maybe I'll drink water. It'll help. Okay. Quick question. Should I try reading chapter 415 to 418 serious discussions? Or did you see the Nomura illustration? Yeah, I did. It actually inspired a thread I wrote. It ended up inspiring a thread I wrote. So I wrote a whole thread talking about Chizuru's outfit, in particular the reference to the Hydrangeas. And I found it really interesting because I was so curious. So I ended up looking it up a little bit. And I'm like, how did you bite your tongue? I just did. Like right here to the side. It's like to the side of my tongue. So I just like, and it happened. It's nothing serious. It's just, anyways, no. So I was writing this like thread, talking about because remember Kazuya calls Chizuru's clothes, they look like hydrangeas. And I thought that was really interesting because I'm just like, wait, what are the description of hydrangeas in other countries? In particular, like, because there's basically two language of flowers. There's the Japanese language of flower, and there's the European language of flowers. The West, in general, just tends to use the European version. So, like, when you think the European language of flowers, you just think the general language of flowers. In Japan, the language of flowers for the hydrangeas, which, by the way, I kind of interpret the Japanese version of hydrangeas to be the most accurate in terms of the language of flowers because the hydrangeas are native to Japan, and they're called the roses of Japan. So the hydrangeas in particular, like the language of flower version for that one from Japan, it makes a lot more sense to me than the one they use for Europe, because the one from Europe just ironically comes off as vain, considering its meaning is arrogance and vanity, and they specifically link it to women staying single because they're arrogant. And I'm like, how do you take a flower that means heartfelt emotion and apology, and represent and someone saying it represents the like you essentially saying you are the beat of my heart, to making it into arrogance and vanity and about women who want to stay single forever? And I'm like, that's kind of fucking sad, dude. It just kind of feels like they took the flower and they just made it into this. And then I'm just like, wait a second. What the fuck are people like? What the fuck are Kazuya and Minnie saying about Chizuru? Oh my god, did Reiji think about this the whole time? So like when I wrote this, I was just like, holy shit. I feel like Reiji actually took into account the European version of the interpretation of this flower. because of the specific wording and choices and her staying single forever and Chizuru almost thinking like she can't be in a relationship because she's been fucking conditioned she can't be. And I'm just like, oh my god, I think he's actually thinking about that. Then when you consider that Reiji has been referencing a lot of like superficial aspects of Western culture, and I'm like, oh shit, this makes a lot of sense. Now, it isn't anti-foreign sentiment before people start saying that shit. I even say that in the fucking thing. I literally think it's the superficiality in which a lot of Western culture functions. Because we have a lot of superficial bullshit. And you have to fucking admit that. Just as Japan has their own version of superficial bullshit that ironically stems a lot from us. Where, like, for example, if you just look at, like, fuck, now my throat. Like, for example, if you just look at how, like, they sell sex, right? The sheer objectification of women in Japanese culture, like, bleeds all the way down into, like, the anime industry. Like, the fucking anime industry is, like, it filled to the brim with this crap. Like, there's so much objectification of women in their culture that, like, goes from porn to anime to, like, just the way people are portrayed. It's ridiculous. Right, and it even affects men, of course, because there's a lot of ways in which men are portrayed in those stories that's kind of ridiculous. Like, a man is this, right? Aren't you a man? Don't men do this? Like, you'll hear that a lot, and I think Reiji is absolutely criticizing that stuff, while at the same time calling out how, like, Western culture absolutely has an influence on this, where, like, I guess I'll just read this for you guys. So, basically, during the day, Chizuru wears clothes that Kazuya describes as looking like hydrangeas. In Japan, these represent heartfelt emotion and apology. In Europe, however, they mean arrogance and vanity, tied to women who stay single forever. Total opposites of one another. Even after Chizuru kisses Kazuya, he contrasts her to Paris Hilton, a controversial Western celebrity. Many says Chizuru won't ever fall in love. She even says this in the recent chapter, right? She literally says, I couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever fall in love with anyone. She literally sees love in front of her eyes, and her own vanity just convinces, like, literally, she calls Chizuru arrogant. She looks at Chizuru with like jealousy. And then she's just like, "Ayo, no, she can't fall in love because she's too special, or some bullshit like that, right?" And she says all these things about her that are literally the description of that flower in European culture or in Western culture in general. She talks about divisive celebrities like the Kardashians while speaking of love, right? So she's talking, what does Minnie say here? The Kardashians' first daughter used this thing, therefore I know how to. And Kazuya's like, that's what you judge it by? The fuck? Right? I saw a foreign celebrity's house, I want to try it out. And she only does it because why? It makes her look good. Isn't it fascinating how the flower indigenous to Japan is interpreted positively there, yet viewed so negatively by people who don't understand it? How when we look at something with cynicism, we view it not with love, but with our own vanity. I wonder if it's intentional. A commentary about how a lot of foreign readers just don't see Chizuru at all, merely what they assume to be her based on how she appears or what they heard. Instead of seeing the flower for its original name, they see it with the interpretation that best suits their narrative. Right? Remember what Minnie says? Don't take it so seriously. It's just, that annoying thing popular girls do when they want lots of attention. She's such a handful. She's fucking lying. And they believe her. He believes her. Just as many people do not see Chizuru for her name. Chizuru, 1,000 paper cranes that make wishes come true. But rather they see her for Mizuhara, or even her own mom, Kasumi, who is a totally different person. This is pretty similar, huh? Chizuru defines Mizuhara and Ichinose. They do not define her. Kazuya and Minnie are caught up in such superficial bullshit. Kazuya only absorbs information that validates his narrative, just as many foreign viewers only see Chizuru as someone who used Kazuya, not for who she actually is. Why? Because they see a lot of that same vanity in their own people. Right? Because that thing has become popular these days where like people are just very vain and individualistic and come off as very arrogant and kind of live in their own little fucking bubbles, especially in Western culture where like like with Japan, their problem is that so much of it is literally like what is it? Collectivist, you know? So much of it is about like minding your own business, kind of not having too much of an individuality in some ways, and that creates individualism that essentially loops back around into the same issue, where basically when you hit a certain extreme, it loops back around to being the same fucking thing. So for instance, when you try to engage someone way too much, it loops all the way back around to being boring as fuck. So essentially it becomes not engaging enough because it's the same thing nonstop. In that same way, if something is not engaging enough, it needs more stimulation, right? So it's literally the same thing. It's just flipping it over. In that same way, the way people look at Chizuru is with such an extreme lens that they don't see this person at all, right? They only see someone who used him. They assume this is the worst of this is like, oh, I can't believe she's using him like this, and they make this assumption based on the job that she works, because a lot of cultures stigmatize sex workers. That's just a given thing that the people do. So in that same stigma, they do that to Chizuru. And Minnie's entire arguments that she says about Chizuru are literally built on such stigma because she literally is not informed. You know better than Minnie. You're informed. And yet, you choose blindness, right? You've read this manga. You should know better. And yet you choose blindness. You choose to look at it with the lens that better suits your own narrative, right? So Kazuya and Minnie are caught up in such superficial bullshit. Kazuya only observes information that validates his narrative, just as many foreign readers only see Chizuru as someone who used Kazuya, not for who she actually is. The girl who values even the most hopeless of love. She valued Kazuya's love for mommy, which other people would just purely interpret as hopeless and stupid. Now, this doesn't feel like anti-foreign sentiment. Reishi does engage with foreign media and people a lot. Like, if you guys don't know, Breaking Bad is one of the inspirations for this story. So is Desperate Housewives. He references The Shining, which I show right here. He references The Matrix. He references Finding Nemo. He's referenced like a lot of shit in the manga that's like straight up like from Western culture. He clearly respects Western culture and what we have to write. He openly in his Twitter space, he openly said like he looks up to the Breaking Bad writers and views them as like he views them as like his teachers. He's learning from them. Where when they created Pluribus, he's just like, I'm watching intently. I'm trying to see what I can learn from them. that's the shit he was literally fucking saying. It was so funny. So no, he absolutely does like not look at the West with this like, oh, the West, they're so gross. No, it's literally I think he's trying to look at it with that clear lens of just like seeing the bad and the good, where we absolutely do have superficial shit here, like 100%. All of our celebrities are superficial as fuck. Like even the celebrities you don't think are superficial probably are a little bit superficial. Like you're gonna find that here, and we have that a lot here. And even in Japan, they have their own stuff that Reiji also talks about in his own way. Okay. In fact, the story takes a lot of inspiration from it, but notice the specific references. He uses. Superficial stuff. Kazuya focuses a lot on looks and not substance. Yeah, and then again, also in the recent chapters where he talked about, like, for example, the Academy Awards, where he was talking about like the ones for the one for Avatar and the one for Hurt Locker, and like when you look into those movies, it creates such a fascinating discussion, you know. But yeah, like for instance here, Minnie calls Kazuya, you have that here's Johnny look in your eyes. Well, she says you look like Jack Nicholson, more specifically. They took liberties with the localization. But it's a reference to The Shining. Here, Reishi references The Matrix. He also talks about isekais and other stuff. This focus is not on foreigners being bad, but how people who have not interacted with someone or something firsthand will not understand it and make their own assumptions, and how we can get caught up in those assumptions, in our own biases and delusions, how we can lose meaning in our love, right? So Minnie says she's like a middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love. Listen to what Chizuru says. When you work this job, you learn a few things. You learn how precious another's love is. You learn how hard it actually is to truly be in love with someone. Have you ever tried to honestly accept another's affection? This is the character Minnie is calling a stupid middle schooler who doesn't know anything about love. Please think about that. We also see this superficial aspect of Japanese culture. In the same chapter where Kazuya mentions Paris Hilton, his taxi driver speaks of his own infidelity like it's just a normal thing. Minnie, a girl, lets Kazuya call women dregs. Kazuya, who knows Chizuru, willfully forgets who she is. Right, so you guys know this fucking story. It always comes up in streams, like the fucking dude like talking about his fucking infidelity. Minnie just casually like, oh yeah, I can't believe Chizuru's acting like this. She fucking sucks. And then it's all about how we choose to lose the plot, forget in favor of our escapism into social media and fiction. Anyways, I just thought this was an interesting thing I found about Hydrangea, especially the deeper meaning of the Japanese version, which is, you are like the beat of my own heart. And what do you see? Chizuru's heart beating. Something that absolutely fits Chizuru's description of Kazuya in chapter 382, saying that he made her feel like she was in a story, with Reiji even showing her heart beating wildly out of control when she kissed him, and something he does not see and chooses not to see. Right? Chizuru kisses him, heart beats wildly out of control. He is the beat of her own heart. Bro, what did Minnie say? What did Minnie fucking say? Do you remember what Minnie said when she first heard about their thing? Only the beating of her heart will tell you where the relationship is gonna go, and all you hear is just brrr. Like Chizuru's heart just brrr. Makes Ruka look like a fucking joke. Instead, Kazuya projects a vain Chizuru in his head, one who judges him for every little thing. Minnie talks about Chizuru like she's arrogant and needs to be taken down a step. The description fits so well with the European interpretation, but does not match the real thing at all. So this whole thing where Chizuru judges him for his hair, and the whole thing with Ruka. Minnie says, I mean, she left a good man like you on the loose. She should be a little more worried. Good-looking people, let it get to their heads. She thinks Chizuru is arrogant and should be taken down a step. With Chizuru wishing to apologize to Kazuya and actively doing so in the date, just as the Hydrangea is connected to an old myth about an emperor who gives hydrangeas to the woman he loves as an apology for neglecting her. Chizuru wants to convey such sincerity to him in the date, right? What does Chizuru say? My feelings for him and my decision were so sincere, almost pathetically so. On the way home, I couldn't help but feel guilty for not being able to come up with the answer to my feelings, and for his sake as well, the desperation to put it off any longer than I already had. Right? Even Reiji said this when we were reading Reiji's Twitter space. He literally said every single thing Chizuru said to Kazuya was sincere, essentially implying, what did she not say? She tried to make sure every single thing she said was sincere, but what did she not say? Right? And then here, there's so many chances where if you go back through the chapter and the date, she's constantly apologizing to him. Again, matching the heartfelt emotion and apology idea of the Hydrangeas. Sorry about before, your sleeve. Sorry about the Ruka thing, right? She doubles down again, I'm sorry. Even when she rejects him, she says, I'm sorry. Every single time Chizuru says, I'm sorry, over and over and over again. She's constantly apologizing. Lastly, these flowers bloom between June and July. Now, for those of you who are currently keeping up with the manga, why do you think this is interesting? Where are we right now in the manga? It is currently June 17th. It is currently June 17th in the manga. Kazuya and Chizuru meet up in July 11th. What are the odds that the clothes that Chizuru was wearing happened to bloom in June? And now we're right in the middle of June. We're literally right between June and July. And suddenly, we're delving into all of this stuff. Suddenly, we're starting to delve into all of that stuff. Right as we hit that point. Oh, look, another connection. Remember how I was finding a whole bunch of connections between the current arc with Sumi, based on the name, based on the premise, based on the parallels between Chizuru and Sumi being like behind Kazuya and blinding him. Now another entire portion is introduced to this picture about the flowers and how the flowers Chizuru wore on the date literally bloom in this time. It makes you wonder, are we like, now we're going to experience the real thing, right? Maybe we were experiencing it too early. Maybe we're experiencing those flowers too early, right? It wasn't the real thing. Just as Kazuya has been in a simulation and not treating it like the real thing. Now he's actually gonna get it. Now he might actually understand, oh, we've been living in the fake thing this whole time. We gotta actually have the real thing. Just as Kazuya living with Chizuru was fictional, but he needed to treat it as very fucking real, right? You need to start treating fiction like it's fucking real, otherwise you're gonna just get trapped in nonsense, right? That's why, like, when people say, oh, don't take it so seriously, it's just fiction, it drives me fucking insane. Because it's like, it's literally made from a real person. The whole idea is it was created from a real person trying to communicate their lived experience to you. So why the fuck should you just treat it like it doesn't fucking exist? That's stupid. Right? You should have boundaries. Right? You should have a little bit of boundaries where it's like, okay, it is still ultimately like a little bit of fiction. You can disassociate just like a little bit. That's fine. Right? But don't like just act like it doesn't fucking exist, or don't like fall in love with the thing. Like to an unhealthy degree. Everything in life is about balance, bro. Okay. So, as we enter the arc called The Boyfriend and Love, while the arc where Chizuru wears these Hydrangeas themed attire is from an arc called The Girlfriend and Love. It's literally connected, and it doesn't even stop at the Hydrangeas. The whole date with Sumi is directly tied to everything about Odaiba. It is as if we are learning what these flowers really mean by exploring them firsthand. It's really cool how June is when we come back, right? Kazuya's birthday, Kazuya's birth month, is when we finally learn the meaning of these flowers. Ironically, hydrangea flowers are used a lot in weddings and bouquets, and it makes some teas in Japan. Yes, but they're white ones. Yeah. Yes, but they're white ones. Remember, anything that's white is considered beautiful and perfect. Seems like those theories of Chizuru and Kazuya having a fight already died out on Reddit. Well, yeah, most people just kind of want to see the positive stuff. They see Sumi coming back and they think there's not going to be a conflict because Sumi resolves conflict, not realizing she is the trigger. Sumi is going to be the trigger, bro. There's going to be a big fucking fight. As great as KH1 is, KH2 is my favorite. I mean, KH1 is like proof of concept in many ways. I like KH2's combat a lot more, but I'm not going to pretend like it has great level design. Kingdom Hearts 2, absolutely. Like, I think if Kingdom Hearts 2 has a big fucking weakness, it's level design. Because it really doesn't have much. Like, it's just barren wasteland, go kill shit. And yeah, that works for the type of game that it is. But it is absolutely kind of boring. Like, I love Kingdom Hearts 2 too, as well. Like, please understand. I probably like Kingdom Hearts 2 way more than Kingdom Hearts 1. But Kingdom Hearts 1 is kind of fucking special. You know, for the time that it came out, for the proof of concept, for what it is and what it tried to do, it's just something you can never truly experience again. Kingdom Hearts 2 just kind of elevates everything about Kingdom Hearts 1, but it doesn't make it obsolete. Kingdom Hearts 1 is also very gothic, and I don't think Kingdom Hearts 2 really has that. You know, Kingdom Hearts 1 is really gothic, and it has such a weird, creepy undertone that Kingdom Hearts 2 just does not have. And I think people prefer Kingdom Hearts 2 because it feels so bright and so colorful. Why does Reiji do this now? I feel like an idiot that I don't understand shit. What do you mean, why does Reiji do this now? Okay, like, what are you referring to? When did you ask this question? Could you just elaborate on that? Anyways, I guess we should go back to Reddit and read what Reddit have to write. After being teased a couple times, it looks like the Sumi scene is finally beginning in earnest today. I've admittedly never been a huge Sumi fan, but this seems like an interesting spot in the narrative to bring her back, and I'm curious to see what she gets up in this coming scene. I'd love it if Sumi snaps Kazuya out of the idea that he still needs to impress Chizuru somehow. This is completely wrong direction. He keeps doubling down on it. He's even fixating on the ring a helicopter idea from chapter 201, Ito game, an idea that Chizuru walked back just seconds after she originally said it. Throughout the first half of the chapter, we also see that Kazuya is essentially just running from dealing with Mami and Ruka decisively. He's not making an attempt to sort through his feelings. He's just burying them under his need to work harder to make himself perfect. Yeah, like. It's so interesting, like, where we say this and, like, how Kazuya does it, because, like, this to me literally looks like someone burying their head in the sand. And you know when you bury your head in the sand, you do it so you don't hear things? You do it so you don't have to hear anything? He literally looks like he's burying his head in the sand so he doesn't actually have to listen or deal with any of his problems. He's literally trying to tune out his problems by saying, I love Mizuhara. As if I love Mizuhara is a magic cure-all solution for all of his issues. When that's fucking nonsense. Right? I think that's really fascinating. That Reiji's like really doubling down on this. Like Kazuya doesn't want to hear the truth. And I think what Sumi's going to do is kind of force him to hear the truth. Or maybe, more accurately, force him to see the truth. Right? If you're not going to listen, I'll make you see. Right? Okay, fine. You don't want to listen? I'll make you see. And what is the thing Sumi does? Like, I talked about this last stream, too. She covers his eyes and then opens them, giving perspective. What does Sumi do? She introduces perspective. Right? You're intentionally shown that. And I think, and I do find it fascinating how there is an intentional, like, focus on Sumi, like, wearing, I forgot what this is called. Like, it's a special thing I think Mute said it. Let me pull it up. Like, she's wearing this thing under her skirt so nothing happens, which is literally a parallel to Chizuru, and how Chizuru wore shorts because she knew they would be doing physical activities. So that way there wouldn't be special panty shots, right? Sumi having something similar is interesting in that regard, right? I think he said it here. Sumi's dressed in Gothic Lily fashion, appears to be wearing drawers under her skirt. Yeah, they're called... Okay, so yeah. That's what it was. It's like Reiji intentionally pans to the drawers under Sumi's skirt to specifically emphasize how there's no panty shots or anything like that, but you're essentially like also kind of seeing something. And I think that's fascinating considering the entire theme of sex and the fact that Sumi literally has cherries on her. Again, the most sexual fucking fruit. So the fact that you're intentionally shown Sumi's drawers, while at the same time, like, the way it's being panned to almost seems kind of sexual, unintentionally, is fascinating. Right? It feels like sex is, like, a big motif here. But yeah, let's continue. Sumi has become essentially the last hope at Kazuya having a release valve for his current anxieties. If anything, look at this more like Pandora's box. If we look at it like that, suddenly it'll make a lot of sense. So, Ruka essentially opened Pandora's box. Or, would you say Ruka did? Maybe it wasn't Ruka who did, but like somebody opened Pandora's box. Yeah, so I think like when Kazuya left the house, it was like opening Pandora's box. And everything after he left the house started, like, going nuts. So first, it's, like, Minnie going over to his place and essentially looking like borderline cheating, right? So when Minnie does it, like, do you guys remember when Minnie goes over to Kazuya's house in chapter 388 and 389? Where she gets on top of his shoulder, and it feels like borderline cheating, right? Because she's, like, getting up on his back, and she's getting him drunk, and she's, like, using him like that. So I guess you could say Minnie maybe opened Pandora's box, where she kind of set the precedent for Ruka to do what she did. Even though, when you go back, Ruka was already doing that. So maybe it was Chizuru? I don't know. Someone opened Pandora's box. And basically you go through all of the horrible things in that box, right? You go first like you have Minnie, then you have Ruka, then you have Mommy, then you even have Umi, and then you have Mommy again, and you have Kazuya like spiraling more and more and more and more. And then now we have what is it? Sumi showing up dead last. And if you guys remember, what is at the very end of Pandora's box? Right? The very end of Pandora's box. And what's interesting about the myth is that the person closes it before that thing gets out, if I recall correctly. And that last thing is hope. Right? They close it before hope comes out. Which I think is something they do in Resident Evil 9, where if you remember, Elpis is locked away. Elpis was the very last thing inside Pandora's box that was locked away. It was closed before they ever got a chance to open it. So in this regard, I think that's the same thing, where Sumi is the last thing that has been closed this whole time and needs to be let out, which is oddly fitting considering what is Sumi keeping locked away. Right, Reiji visually showed you this, right? Reiji visually showed you this with Sumi, where when Sumi came over to Chizuru's place, she visually locked up something. Right, Sumi looks at Kazuya and visually locks up her feelings. So in that regard, Sumi is the hope that's locked away. Right? Sumi's feelings are the hope that's locked away. You need to let those feelings out. And in letting those feelings out, you can finally provide some hope to this situation. Because right now, doesn't it feel hopeless? Right? Doesn't everything feel really fucking hopeless right now? Like it's all going to shit. So I think in that regard, the Pandora's box thing kind of makes some sense. I don't know if it's intentional, I don't know if it's intentional, but it does kind of feel like we opened up Pandora's box. There hasn't been any references to like Pandora or anything, unless Kazuya says that at any point. I don't recall when. I think, you know what? Maybe you could say Kazuya did that when he asked Chizuru out on the date. Yeah, maybe we can say Kazuya opened Pandora's box when he asked Chizuru out on the date. I feel like that could be the more fitting way to look at this. It all started then, right? Or maybe even Hawaiians, right? We don't even know when it really started, right? When can you even argue Pandora's box was opened? Oh. 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 Why didn't I realize this? This is when he opened Pandora's box. I think this is technically where it started, if you trace it back. If you technically trace it back, it all started here. Because he finally got the thing he wanted and he wasn't ready for it. So maybe this is when it started. Or it was just the very beginning. I don't know. I just think like it just feels like right now the whole idea is that it feels like it's getting dour and dour and worse. Hawaii's with mommy and his family for me. Could be. Yeah. That could be it. That could be the real instance of like when it really happened. It's like in Hawaiians when he opened Pandora's box. Yeah, that could make some sense. Right? All the negative emotions. Hawaiians is very much a cataclysm of negative emotions, or a microcosm of negative emotions. So, I am overcomplicated. I don't think there's any direct references to Pandora's box in this story. If there is, feel free to let me know. If there is a direct reference to Pandora's box, like at any point in the story, feel free to let me know. But at the moment, I have nothing. So this is just me using an allegory. Rather, or no, I don't think that's an allegory. Analogy. Maybe it's an analogy. Yeah, I think it's a good analogy, maybe. Okay, Sumi has essentially become the last hope as Kazuya having the release valve for his current anxieties. If she doesn't manage to find the lens that he can use to calm himself down, I don't think there's any other barriers to stop Kazuya from overthinking himself into complete self-destruction. But then maybe July 11th devolving to a blow could break through in his own way. I actually think, like, Sumi is not going to be the good thing that you think she is, but that will ultimately be a good thing. Maybe Sumi needs to realize that she needs to let out her feelings in order for Kazuya to actually change. And I think that's maybe more the truth. You know, I don't think Sumi's gonna help him like you think she's gonna help him. Sumi is gonna be... Yeah, the Sumi problem could be her confessing to add one more thing on his plate, which, yeah, I've essentially said that too. Sumi's a fun character on her own, and it's great to see her back, but I'm most excited about this development because of what Sumi does to the story every time she shows up. Sumi helped Kazuya get unstuck. But has she ever helped herself get unstuck? You know, I've talked about this paradox of Sumi's character, where she helps Kazuya in his love life with Chizuru, while she falls in love with him. Bro, what are you doing? Sumi, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is Sumi meeting him here under for? Like, what is the premise by which Sumi is meeting Kazuya here? Let's think about that for a fucking second. I've talked about this before. We read a whole thread for it. Right? It's to give him a birthday gift. Why? It's because you're like him. You're not over him. You're not honest with yourself. You're not honest with yourself, and you're not admitting to the fact that you still fucking like him. And you never got over it because you never confessed and got rejected. You never fucking moved on. You still think there's fucking hope. Do you see the irony? She still has hope. And that's the thing she needs to let go of to give him hope. Sumi needs to let go of her hope so he has hope. So he can fucking try. Because what we currently have is nothing more than blind hope. A fictional hope that's based on nothing. That's all we have right now. It's blind hope. We're doing a leap of faith without any, like, you know, sense of certainty whatsoever. Sumi letting go of her hope is Kazuya's hope. Exactly. No other character is willing to let go of their hope. Right? And I think Sumi being willing to let go of her hope so that way Kazuya gets some fucking hope in his situation, I think is very, very important for her. I think her letting go of her feelings and choosing to help Chizuru in when Chizuru was like in a bad place, I think was foreshadowing for this, where she has to let go of her feelings for Kazuya and be willing to actually like say them out loud, or maybe be selfish about those feelings and say them out loud so that she can honestly like accept that they're gone. Because Sumi has not come to terms with the fact that that it's over. Not really. She's still in some ways kind of internally grieving. She's living what she has right now, blissfully comfortable not having like let go of Kazuya. And I think I think that's what Reishi's setting up. It's setting up for Sumi to like have like the same thing she had with Chizuru, but in like reverse, where she chooses to be selfish in a different way, maybe in confessing or something, and that would let her let go. You know, like make him reject you. Stop clinging on to a false hope. Right? Maybe that's more accurate. It's not blind hope, it's false hope. Every character is clinging on to false hope, right? Ruka is clinging on to false hope. Mami is clinging on to false hope. Minnie is clinging on to false hope. Even Kazuya's family is clinging on to some sort of false hope. Kazuya is clinging on to false hope. They need to let go of that hope to have real hope. Not this bullshit. And I think you think Sumi's going to be a magical solution. I think Sumi needs to be willing to be the villain in order to give him hope. Sumi helps Kazuya get unstuck. Birthday present, movie project, cheer update. Sumi inspired each one. She also helps Kazuya realize that there's more to Chizuru than this shallow, love-struck perception of her. Sumi helps make Kazuya a better boyfriend and always moves things forward. She's literally a perfect rental girlfriend to help him get an actual girlfriend. The problem is, she's not honest with herself. And she needs to be in order to actually start making real change. Not just for him, but for herself. And I think, while Sumi has helped in those instances, it's always had like a sad undertone in each situation. So for instance, the birthday present that Sumi gives Kazuya, she says, I'll be the wall, I'll be the Wildt this time. But that's sad because she's like hearing all of this and she just kind of has to bury it all deep down. Did you notice that? She just hears everything Kazuya tells her and just buries it all deep down. And she just has to listen to this and not communicate it to anybody. Kazuya leaves her with a great burden. And she says it's okay, but in some ways it's kind of not. And that never gets resolved. It's the same thing in the movie project, right? That's the birthday present and the movie project are the same thing in some ways. She helps him during the movie because she cares so much about the people around her, which is great. But then the cheer update is also kind of sad because she helps Kazuya by indirectly confessing to him, which helps him feel like he can help Chizuru. This time, I think Sumi needs to directly confess to him in order to actually truly help him. No mincing words, no indirect nonsense, just straight to your fucking face what you want to hear. And what you need to hear. Maybe she'll tell him about Chizuru too. She'll tell him what Chizuru said to her. And that could snap him the fuck out of it. What you were saying that she needs to confess her feelings to Kazuya? I think her confessing her feelings is a huge part of this. I do think that actually needs to happen. Especially considering the first date ended in a rejection. Right? So the date that this is mirrored by, which is the date with Chizuru, ended in a rejection. This needs to end in a confession. It just makes a lot of sense. But it's not the confession Kazuya wants. And it's not going to make him happy, and he has to come to terms with that. It's literally Sumi destroying Kazuya's false hope. Do you think that as Ruka hurts Kazuya physically, assault Mommy hurts Kazuya mentally, Sumi might hurt him intellectually by hurting Kazuya's bad worldview, but instead of Kazuya actually hurts Sumi? I think maybe Sumi will hurt like Kazuya's desires. Actually, wait. We could maybe piece it together from this. Wait, there's a chapter that might help us piece this together. Okay. This chapter where Kazuya has the lewd dream of Chizuru, he does 3 different things. Oh my god, is this like Something Before Christmas? What's that Christmas movie where the dude like sees 3 ghosts? What's the Christmas movie where the dude sees 3 ghosts? Christmas ghost movie. Christmas 3 ghost movie. What movie has 3 Christmas ghosts? Christmas Carol? Yeah, Scrooge. Yeah, they did it with Scrooge McDuck too. Yeah, Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol ghosts. I forgot what the ghosts like did, and the Ghost of Christmas Past is a fictional character in Charles Dickens' novel Christmas Carol. The ghost is one of the 3 spirits that appear in Missouri. Okay. So yeah. Oh. Okay. So you have Ruka, Mommy, and Sumi. Past, present, and future. Mommy, I guess you could say Mommy is the past. Ruka is the present. Sumi is the future. And then Umi doesn't count. He is visited by Umi. But Umi is like a fictional future. He's not real. Right? Umi's not real. So Kazuya being visited by these characters, which all, like, Sumi is the future because she is a potential girlfriend, right? She is a rental girlfriend. She is a potential girlfriend, therefore she's the future. Ruka is the present because he's literally currently dating her, and Mommy is the past because she's his ex. It's kind of like a Christmas Carol, where he's visited by the past, the present, and the future in order to come to terms with what he wants out of life. Following the visit, from the ghost of his deceased business partner, Jacob Marley, Scrooge receives a nocturnal visits from the ghosts of Christmas, each representing a different period in Scrooge's life. The ghost of Christmas past is considered the Christmas from the Scrooge's past, appearing to both young and old. The spirit carries a large cap and let's look up the Christmas Carol. And yet to come. In the process, Scrooge is transformed into a kinder, gentler man. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol during the period in which British were exploring and reevaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols, and new customs such as cards and Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experience of his own youth and by the Christmas stories of other authors, including Washington Irving and Douglas Jerrold. Dickens had written 3 Christmas stories prior to the Novelia, and was inspired to a following visit to Field. Okay. This treatment of the poor and the ability of the selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. There are discussions among academics as to whether this is fully secular story as the Christian allegory. Published in 19 December, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. Okay. The story was illicitly copied in January 1918. Okay. A Christmas Carol captured the zeitgeist of the early Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens acknowledged that the influence of the modern Western observances of Christmas and later inspired several other aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food, and drinks, dancing. Yeah. Steve 1. A Christmas Carol opens the bleak, cold Christmas Eve in London, 7 years after the death of business partner Jacob Marley. Scrooge, an aging miser, dislikes Christmas and refuses a dinner invitation from his nephew Fred. He turns away 2 men seeking a donation. Okay, so he's just a shitty person. The first spirit, the ghost of Christmas past, takes Scrooge to Christmas scenes in Scrooge's boyhood, reminding him of a time. Oh my God, Kazuya actually meets mommy first. So, Umi is an echo of Ruka. Minnie is an echo of Mommy. Kazuya meets Minnie first, and then he meets Mommy. Right? So, after Kazuya changes his hair, the first one he meets is Mommy. And then Ruka shows up. Then he talks to Minnie, and then he goes back and meets Mommy again. And now, and then he meets Umi, which he talked to prior, and Umi is an echo of Ruka. And then he meets, Mommy again, then he meets Sumi. So each character does represent those things. That's kind of cool. He actually met Mommy first. Then he met the period of the present, takes Scrooge to a joyous market where people are buying the makings of Christmas dinner and the celebration of Christmas in a minor cottage. Scrooge and the ghost also visit Fred's Christmas party, a major party of the stave to taken apart, blah, 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 blah. A happy boy who's seriously ill. The spirit informs Scrooge that Tiny Tim will die unless the course of events changes. Before disappearing, the spirit shows Scrooge 2 hideous, emaciated children named Ignorance and Want. He tells Scrooge to beware the former above all and mocks Scrooge's concerns for their welfare. Stay forth. The third spirit, the ghost of Christmas yet to come, shows Scrooge a Christmas day in the future. The silent ghost reveals scenes involving a death of a disliked man whose funeral is attended by local businessmen only on conditions that lunch is provided. His cherry woman laundries and local undertaker steal his positions to sell the fence. When he asks the spirit to show a single person he feels emotion over his death, he is only given the pleasure of a poor couple who rejoice that his death gives them more time to put their finances in order. When Scrooge asks to see the tenderness connected with any death, the ghost shows him Bob blah 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 and his family mourning the death of Tinny Tam. The ghost then allows Scrooge to see a neglected grave with a tombstone bearing Scrooge's name. Sobbing, Scrooge pledges to change his ways. Scrooge awakens on Christmas morning to a changed man. He makes a large donation for the charity, embodying the spirit of Christmas. Ignorance and Want. Ooh, Minnie is ignorance. Umi is want. Ooh, good catch. And the present show. Wait, is that which one shows him this? The present shows him this. Oh my God, the present shows him this. Because guess what? he only meets up with Minnie because of Ruka, and he meets with Umi right after the Ruka incident. Ignorance and want. Oh, that's a good one. Good catch, Eddie. Oh, good catch. Good job. That's a good catch. Yes, Umi is right. Minnie is ignorance. Umi is want. Ruka is present. Mommy is past. Sumi is yet to come. Do you think that in the book? Do you think that in the book the third ghost is silent and shows a future that could happen? Sumi's famous for her silence. Wait, is the last ghost silent? The silent ghost. What the fuck? Because the future is silent. You don't know what the future is going to be like, so the future is silent. And the future is ultimately death. Oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Is this like directly connected to the fucking Christmas Carol? He never speaks a single word. Jesus. Oh my god, is this directly connected to Christmas Carol? That's crazy. That's kind of cool. That's pretty fucking sick. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. Okay. The date with Sumi started in this chapter, so this is what the volume will be covering. Okay, it's time to dive into the analysis for this chapter. Minnie tells Kazuya that Chizuru said she would date him in the hypothetical scenario that she didn't have the play, and that was completely free, not bound by anything. Isn't it interesting that Minnie tells him about a hypothetical scenario, but does not tell him about her own hypothetical about Chizuru, based on her own beliefs? She's willing to tell him something that is like nonsensical, but she won't tell him like why she actually went to talk to Chizuru. Right? She won't tell him how she went behind his back. Right? She'll tell him what he wants to hear, but not the full truth. Reishi hides these visual symbols and so many things so that 100 chapters later, we can look back and realize the truth was right in front of us the whole time. Well, just understand, though, is like, yes, while we can look back and realize the truth was in front of us the whole time, it's not 100% planned. He openly admitted after chapter 164 that, like, it wasn't planned. What he did after that was not planned. He just did what he thought the characters would do. You know, he planned certain things, but not everything. He actually planned the Hawaiians arc, or the end of the Hawaiians arc, around the Cheer Up date. Like, around the Cheer Up date, that's when he planned Hawaiians. Let's see. Minnie tells Kazuya that Chizuru said, okay, yeah, we already read this. She didn't have the play, and that was completely free, not bound by anything. Kazuya thinks these are some strong words. The teaser, it was translated as, this is so direct. Kazuya naturally wants more information, but Minnie really can't give him any. She didn't actually understand what Chizuru tried to say, and just remembers that Chizuru seemed really stubborn. Right? That's her entire interpretation. Did he plan chapter 218? I don't know. This is what I can tell you about chapter 218. He really, really wanted to put this chapter out. In fact, he went to the head editor and specifically asked the head editor to let him put this chapter out. So he really, really wanted to put chapter 218 out. I don't know if it was planned. Chapter 218 is not discussed very much. Reishi really doesn't talk about chapter 218 all that much. He talked about it briefly when it first came out. He talked about it a little bit in other instances. But it's like it's clearly a chapter he really wanted to do, and it has been influencing the manga this entire time. Whether it was fully planned or not is a whole other ballpark. I don't know. I would say personally, like, this is my guess, I don't think it was fully planned. I don't think chapter 218 was fully planned. But based on what the arc is, based on what Hawaiians is, it was planned to some degree. Like, it was clearly planned to some degree, because Hawaiians is literally a callback to the beginning of the series. It's a microcosm of the series. So bringing Kazuya back to the very start of the series, literally having him deal with this same loss that he experienced at the start of the series, makes too much sense, considering the entire arc is structured around grief. The whole arc is structured around grief. So, like, bringing him all the way back to the very beginning of the series when he was grieving his loss of mommy, but now with Chizuru, like, 10 times fucking worse, makes too much sense. You know? Especially when he's dealing with this element of self-hatred. So, yeah, no, it was definitely planned, just not, like, as planned as, like, the end of the Hawaiians arc, you know? I mean, Minnie not telling Kazuya her hypothetical, maybe because she chose lovers over friends in the past chapters, Minnie looking at Chizuru like she's attracted to Chizuru. Well, she did tell him it was a hypothetical. No, she did tell him it was a hypothetical. What Minnie chose to omit was her interpretation of Chizuru, that Chizuru would not accept the Ruka thing. She omitted certain details. Like, we have to double check what she specific, like, I'll read what Varicus wrote. I feel like Varicus will mention that she, like, omitted certain things. And a lot of it was, like, her never mind. I know what she omitted. She happened to conveniently omit, like, a lot of very important information, like how Chizuru said, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and let me do this, even though she knows it's wrong. Like, Chizuru literally says, let me keep taking advantage of his kindness. Minnie completely omits that negative element and does not mention this to Kazuya. She just tells him she said she'd date you, not that she thinks she's fucking up and that she's taking advantage of you, and that she's openly admitting she's taking advantage of you. She conveniently just does not tell him this. She doesn't tell him that Chizuru openly said she doesn't know what she's doing. Right? Literally, ignorance. It's willful ignorance, right? Chizuru literally tells Minnie, I don't know what to do anymore. Minnie just conveniently doesn't mention this to him. Why? Why does Minnie not mention this to him? Wait a second, does that mean she still doesn't have her answer? No, that would contradict my entire narrative. I can't tell him that. I can't tell him that because that would contradict my narrative. So she literally chooses ignorance. There's a lot Minnie omitted. Like, I don't think this is even the whole thing, to be honest. I think she definitely omitted a lot more. But yeah, that's the big thing, is like, Minnie doesn't tell him this because it contradicts the narrative she has created that Chizuru has found her answer. Chizuru did not find her answer. She openly admitted she didn't find her answer, but Minnie did that hypothetical to confirm to herself that she found her answer. And that's why she only mentions the hypothetical, but then immediately proceeds to contradict herself. How does Minnie do this? What does Minnie say? She tells him about the hypothetical, mentions it's a hypothetical, right? She tells Kazuya it's a hypothetical, but then proceeds to say, I think she was telling the truth when she said she'd date you, but she made it sound like a heavy responsibility. I couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever fall in love with anyone. That's how she looks at it. That, oh, it's just a heavy responsibility and she's not going to fall in love with you. She's not conveniently mentioning the fact that, hey, maybe we're guilting her into this relationship. And we're not letting her actually, like, get into it naturally. Her ridiculous super serious Iron Lady act is still in full force. She's just way too cautious when it comes to anything related to love. Kazuya agrees with her. Why do you think she's so cautious? There must be a reason, and you're not seeing it. Have you considered maybe she's just cautious with you? It didn't seem like Ruka-san said anything to her either. Right? So Minnie omitted a lot and doesn't consider how maybe Chizuru's just cautious around you, not around him. She's literally presenting Kazuya his own ignorance. Okay. She didn't actually understand. Okay, so Minnie again reinforces the idea that Chizuru is an Iron Lady to Kazuya, which fits perfectly with how Kazuya himself tends to view her. She must be quite cold if she sold the house, right? Minnie then also voices her concerns that Chizuru might never fall in love with anyone. She doesn't mention it, but she is probably thinking of Chizuru's dad when she mentions that Chizuru is way too cautious. Again, another thing she doesn't fucking mention. To Minnie, it absolutely looks like Chizuru shies away from the responsibility of a relationship, which is fucking nonsense. No. This prompts Kazuya to get more determined again. If Chizuru made up her mind that she would date him, he needs to step up and make her fall in love with him. We see Minnie, who loves the determined side of Kazuya. She doesn't actually want him for herself. She just loves to see him like that. This is also a kind of love, but not necessarily romantic or intimate. The problem is that Minnie tends to push Kazuya in a way that brings out that side of him that she loves. I don't think those pushes are actually good for Kazuya, and they're also not what Chizuru wants. Kazuya talked big here, as he tends to do, but he doesn't actually know what he can do to make Chizuru fall in love with him. In fact, he immediately crumbles right after, like instantly. He thinks that he wouldn't even get her with the helicopter proposal because that would lack creativity now. Not that he had the money to pull that off in the first place, and even then, Chizuru would probably tell him it was a waste of money. He doesn't seem to remember her actual ideal proposal, which was just ask her to make miso soup every morning. You know, the traditional fucking thing of Japanese culture. This shows the current dynamic quite well. Kazuya tries to pull off some grand display of his love for Chizuru, while she wants to hear that he needs her for something, no matter how small. Which again creates this like infinite spiral, infinite loop where nothing fucking changes. They're both trapped. Right? Chizuru feels like she needs to be needed for something, just as Kazuya feels the need to be needed for something. Right? And that's the problem. He needs to free her from this need in order to free himself so she can help him. Funny, Kazuya and Chizuru ask Minnie regarding each other, yet Minnie omits about both Ruka and Kazuya's self-improvement for Chizuru, and Chizuru's stuff as well as for Kazuya. Correct! Yes, good catch. Minnie does this for Chizuru as well. Chizuru specifically asks about Kazuya, and Minnie literally tells her nothing. Right? Chizuru like directly asks about Kazuya, and Minnie blatantly tells her nothing. She teases her. She blatantly teases her and says nothing about Kazuya. The only one who learned something new there was Minnie. Minnie is the one who learned what Chizuru was thinking the whole time. She didn't give Chizuru anything. In contrast with Kazuya, Kazuya learned something new, but he didn't learn the full truth. He learned half a truth, a convenient truth, if you will. So he didn't actually learn anything, and what does Minnie get in return? She gets the thing that she likes, the determination on his eyes. So what does she do with Kazuya? She endlessly gives Kazuya, and what does she do with Chizuru? She endlessly takes from Chizuru, right? The one thing Chizuru wants to do for Kazuya, which is to give him something, and she can't do that, right? Instead, all she has is things being taken away from her. In contrast with Kazuya, all she does is endlessly give him something that he desires, and he can't really give anything back. You know, literally both are unbalanced, unhealthy relationships, right? She's the middle ground, and it's unhealthy, and in many ways, it's both Kazuya and Chizuru's fault, as well as Minnie's fault. You know? Let's see, where were we? Okay. Kazuya thinks about Mami and Ruka again. Mami sounded like she might actually still love him, but since she told him to forget about it, he feels justified not thinking about it. Similarly, he justifies not thinking about Ruka because he feels guilty every time he thinks about her. He tells himself to only think about Chizuru. Doing that gives him motivation and makes him think positive. Yes, just ignore your negatives to focus purely on your positives. You know, just completely exist in a blind positive state. And again, this is what I was talking about before. When you just purely exist with light and no darkness, you can't conceptualize the light that you have. You can't look at it honestly. You're only seeing a part of it. You only see like a blank slate, nothing real. Not that I haven't said this before, but Kazuya is running away from his problems. He doesn't actually want to face Ruka or Mami's feelings. He doesn't want to confront or think about his own feelings for them. He pushes all of these thoughts away and tries to focus on Chizuru, as if all of his problems will certainly disappear if he can make his relationship with Chizuru work. He allows himself to think about his feelings for Chizuru. While he feels physically attracted to her for sure, these feelings go beyond that. He doesn't only want sex. He wants to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. He does nothing of the sort right now, right? Notice how he's and I do want to emphasize, like, when Kazuya thinks about it, like, he goes into it like a lot. I don't just want to have sex with her. I mean, I do. I really, really do, right? Doubles down on it twice, like hard, but it's more than that, right? I want to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. Man, how am I ever gonna let her know all of this? First off, she already knows it. Second, do it. Say and do all of these things. That's how you let her know. Do it. He's doing none of these things, and he wonders, how am I going to tell her? Do it. And I mean, fuck. We probably all thought the same thing when he asked himself how he can let Chizuru know all this. Tell her. Maybe someone who understands Kazuya better can explain why he doesn't just do that. Does he think that Chizuru won't understand? No. He's creating a problem out of nothing. He literally can't tell her. Kazuya literally can't tell her. And I don't mean that in like in a weird way. Like, I'm literally just saying he's so trapped in his trauma, he literally cannot conceive of a way to explain this to her. Right? His trauma is literally his desires. So when he tries to make those desires reality, he can't. He literally can't tell her. Because if he tells her, that would contrast the fictional reality of her judging him for that. That's the problem. He literally cannot tell her. It runs counter to his reality. The reality he has convinced himself of. Because reality is the enemy of trauma. Maybe someone who understands Kazuya better can explain why he doesn't just do this. Does he think Chizuru won't understand? Is that what it means to him to love Chizuru? If so, when he wants her to love him, does he actually want her to those same things? Because I really think she does. Apart from having sex, didn't Chizuru already do all these things for Kazuya as well? She kissed him to protect him. She was there for him after the breakup with Mommy, and she also tried to spend time with him. What more does Kazuya want? Exactly. He doesn't want something real. He wants something fiction. He doesn't want a real thing. That's why every time he thinks of Chizuru, it's idealized. It's romanticized. It's not a real person. He doesn't want something real, because reality contradicts his fiction. And the moment his fiction is contradicted, that means he must come to terms with his trauma. He can't. Kazuya already asked Sumi for a date, and he wants to use that opportunity to ask her for advice. What does he need her to tell him? What's she going to tell him that he doesn't already know? The rental girlfriend service is meant for that, and Sumi is also is friends with Chizuru, so she is the ideal person to talk to. We skip to that date, and Sumi surprises Kazuya by covering his eyes. It is a classic. Sumi learned new tricks. I think the day is going to be interesting. I wonder how much advice Kazuya is actually going to get. The teaser for next time is fruit tart. I guess this will be what Kazuya and Sumi are having. I wonder if Sumi will invite Kazuya since she wants to celebrate his birthday, and he will already be covering the rental fee. Yeah, he's gonna buy his. Is he gonna buy his own birthday cake? Bruh. I have a fun fact to add here. The date with Sumi is a direct parallel to the date with Chizuru. It is now June 17th, exactly 1 month after Chizuru's date, which was May 17th. The Odaiba date was also inspired by Sumi taking Kazuya to Odaiba for his last birthday. The current arc title is The Boyfriend and Love. It is also a direct parallel to Chizuru's date arc, which is titled The Girlfriend and Love. It's just a difference of one single kanji. The hints that this is directly connected to the Odaiba date couldn't be more obvious. I expect to see a lot of parallels. It will be Sumi who tries to make Kazuya fall for her, who will be rejected in the end. Sumi already tried to make Kazuya fall for her once in his last birthday, but she didn't actually have the courage to go through with her confession. I think she will try again. She has improved since last time. The move with covering Kazuya's eyes shows that she has gotten more bold. Yeah, maybe Sumi will actually try, but I don't know. You know, Kazuya is going to Sumi for advice while she's going there to, I was going to say get in his pants, but I don't know if that's an accurate description for Sumi. Confess to him. Ideally, Kazuya's own behavior at Odaiba will be reflected back at him by Sumi trying to the same exact thing he tried there while he put on Chizuru's shoes. Except Kazuya might like it. Ooh. What if Kazuya gets tempted? Ooh. Kazuya will probably enjoy the date. He will notice that he needed the comfort that Sumi provides. Still, the problems that made him come here in the first place will keep popping up in his mind again and again. He will decide to talk at the end of this date because Sumi will have put in a lot of effort and he doesn't want to ruin the mood. Kazuya will probably once again think multiple times that Sumi is acting as a perfect girlfriend there, admiring how far she would go for a client. He might even think that he would love a girlfriend like her. He'll be thrown into a loop when she reveals that she did all this for him specifically, and this was not an act. She actually feels that way for him. He'll be offered to have what he experienced for real. He experienced here for real if he chooses Sumi. I think it will hit him very hard to realize this isn't actually what he wants because up to this point, he actually believed he wanted this. This should at least make Kazuya think about what he actually wants, but I hope that this will make him question if what he does for Chizuru is actually what she wants. He's doing the same thing as Sumi, thinking that this must be what Chizuru wants. Of course, I'm going with the idea here that Sumi will do the same thing Kazuya plans to do, which is doubling down on what didn't work before. I do think, like, by the end of this, Sumi will have her own realization. You know, I said this in my theory video, or not my theory thread that I wrote for Sumi, that I think Sumi will come to her own realization that she too has been trapped in a cycle. Sumi didn't make him fall for her last year, but why not try again? Why now? Because I think Sumi isn't as honest with herself as you think she is. You think Sumi is actually going to try this here? I don't think Sumi is as honest with herself as you think she is, because nobody in this story is very honest with themselves at the moment. And Sumi looks like she would be honest with herself. She's not. I might be completely off here, though. Maybe Sumi tries something completely different this time, but I kind of doubt it. We think Sumi will bring up the solution to all of Kazuya's problems because she's so understanding, but I think she's caught up in the same trap Kazuya is caught in, so she'll rather show him his own mistakes than offer him a solution. Yeah, and I think the only solution you can truly find is your own. No one can give you a solution. I have some questions for you. After the start talking to Sumi, do you think he'll tell Sumi what Ruka did to him? No. I would love to see Kazuya opening up to Sumi about everything and Sumi giving him encouragement and confidence again. She always plays that role in the story, and we expect that of her. Every time she shows up, she was solid support for Kazuya and Chizuru. She's probably the most selfless person in the entire manga, right? I don't think this is true. Sumi is selfish as well, and the best example is the day Sumi asked for her to celebrate Kazuya's birthday last year. She used Chizuru to ask Kazuya out on the date, and she went all out to please him. She wore a school uniform because she saw him and Chizuru in the school uniform date during their dream date. She went to an aquarium amusement park with him. She tried to confess to him, but he didn't really hear her. And at the end of the day, she took him to the same spot in Odaiba that Kazuya took Chizuru at the end of last day. In fact, this was Kazuya's inspiration for the date with Chizuru. Sumi took him there for selfish purposes. She wanted to confess. She had hope for something more. But Sumi chickened out and only gave Kazuya the gift. And instead of making a selfish request, she turned her attention to Kazuya and asked him to open up to her, which he did. He talked extensively about how much Chizuru meant to him, and he cried at the end. But Sumi cried even harder than him, and it was not just empathy. Sumi was disappointed. She tried so hard to make this date perfect for Kazuya so that he might fall for her, and it turned out she utterly failed at the end. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with this read. Sumi is incredibly empathetic, that she'll put her feelings to... I don't know. I think you're kind of misreading Sumi's character here. Sumi is selfless to a destructive degree, to the point that when she started talking about Chizuru, she put all of that to the side. What Sumi tends to do, which is very unhealthy, that you're not seeing, is that Sumi has this tendency where when someone is hurt or feeling bad, she puts their feelings over her own, and she completely forgets her own feelings. She ignores her own feelings for other people to a destructive degree. She literally forgets them and moves on. And that's really, really bad. Is she the main support for the two MCs? Yes and no. I think Sumi is real support. But the problem is that she's relegated herself to a support, which is very, very unhealthy. When your entire existence is just supporting someone else, do you get to live your own life? That is literally reflective of the job Sumi works. All Sumi does is support other people. She never works on her dream. You find out in the Sumi manga, her dream is to be an idol. Have we seen her work on that once? Have we seen Sumi work on her dream once? Not a single time. It's destructive selflessness. Sumi coming back now is not a coincidence, because what we're dealing with in the manga right now, the problem in the manga right now, is toxic positivity. That is the problem with the manga right now. It is toxic positivity. It is you picking light and ignoring darkness. And that is a problem because darkness informs light. Right? Like I was explaining this in an earlier stream when I was talking about it. I was initially confused on something where I kind of had it backwards. I was wondering to myself, well, darkness can exist without light. You know, I'm just like, it feels like darkness could just exist without light. Like darkness doesn't need light. It could just exist on its own. Turns out I had it backwards. Darkness is defined as the absence of light. Therefore, light needs to exist for darkness to exist. Okay? Light needs to exist for darkness to exist. It is the absence of light. In contrast, light can exist on its own without darkness. However, why is darkness necessary to light? It is like a shadow. You need your shadow in order to essentially contextualize your own existence. If a light goes on you and you don't have a shadow, are you really there? Right? So darkness literally gives perspective to light. We need darkness in order to be able to see light properly. Because if you just see white, you don't see anything. If everything that we see is just light, you don't see anything. I don't see the folds of the curtains. I don't see the black around my screen. I don't see like my own hands. I don't see someone's face. Right? We literally cannot conceptualize things when we only see light, just as we cannot truly conceptualize things if we only see positives, just as we cannot truly conceptualize words or actions if we only see words and actions. If you only see someone purely for their actions, you don't understand them. Period. Because you don't know what they're thinking. You don't hear what they're saying, you don't hear what they're thinking, you don't know what's actually going on. Something can look a certain way to you when you just purely see someone's actions. Just as someone saying something can be completely fucking meaningless if it's not backed up with any real action. I can tell you I'm going to stream today at 1 p.m. If I don't actually do it, did I actually mean it? Like, I was going to chicken out and I had to power myself through so I could fucking stream at 1 o'clock today. I was a little late, but I still did it. You know? That's what I mean. It's like, each one is backed up by the other. And that is the issue right now, is that Kazuya is purely picking positivity. He's just staying positive infinitely, not dealing any of the negatives. Sumi is the same. Sumi's problem is that she is destructive in her selflessness. She actively puts other people first, and she's not honest about what she fucking wants. And if you remember, Reiji wrote that the basis for Sumi's character is she is the part of me that can do anything I want to do, but uses my shy temperament as an excuse not to do it. She literally uses the fact that she's shy as an excuse to not do what she wants. Her theme in the anime that is written by Reiji is called Sakura Selfish. Sumi's last name is Sakurazawa. It stems from the cherry blossoms. Selfish. Like, selfish is in English, by the way. It's literally written Sakura in like kanji and then selfish in English. Yeah, Sumi is a selfish character. She wants to be selfish. She doesn't let herself be selfish. And that's very destructive. And it mirrors Kazuya right now. The reason he can't tell Chizuru any of these things, he can't let himself be selfish. He was loved because he was selfless. Therefore, he can never be selfish. It is literally him denying a part of himself just as he denies negativity. You can't keep doing that. It's unhealthy. And I think Sumi doesn't know why she's really here. Not fully. She's here to make Kazuya happy. Why? She's going to keep making Kazuya happy in this entire day. And essentially the question to her is, why are you doing this? You're doing this because you fucking like him. Be honest with yourself. Stop fucking lying. And that's the beauty of Sumi's character, is so many people worship her selfless and pure nature and completely ignore the issue with her that she's just not honest about what she fucking wants. And it's very, very unhealthy. That she's doing all these great things for these characters and she's not addressed. Like, we're literally idolizing a problem of her. The things we like about Sumi's character are also her problems, and we're idolizing them. And we don't see that. We're so busy focusing on how innocent and pure and wonderful Sumi is, not realizing how she's literally sacrificing herself to be this for us. Do you see how us loving Sumi is actually like a double meaning? Because that is a part of her, and it is also destructive and very unhealthy. And we're idolizing this destructive and unhealthy behavior. Sumi represents the pure light, and Minnie represents the toxic light. Kazuya used to be like Sumi, but he's becoming more like Minnie. I don't know about that. Sumi is literally Kazuya's direct mirror. Yes, I would say, I kind of agree that Minnie is like a toxic light, but that's the thing. Just purely light is a problem. Even Kingdom Hearts like talks about this. Like there's a part where they're fighting the villain in Kingdom Hearts 2. He's like the final boss in Kingdom Hearts 2. And they have fucking Mickey saying this. It's so funny. They have fucking Mickey saying this, where he literally says, like, darkness and light coexist. It makes you wonder, why do we fear the dark? Why are we afraid of the dark if we need it? If darkness is necessary. So I do kind of agree that maybe Sumi is a pure light, but that is the problem. That is the problem. That Sumi is just light. There's no darkness at all. There's no balance. It's unhealthy. So if anything, Sumi is in many ways the exact exemplification of the problem. Sumi is the exact problem in being purely just light. It is literally like a false light. Is it really light if it's just light with nothing else? Because you can never conceptualize it or understand it. Sumi seems perfect. She's not. She's a person too, and she's not dealing with her issues. So giving back that kindness gift is just an excuse. It's no. It's not just an excuse. It's not just an excuse. It's her literally just cutting out a part of herself. Oh, you mean giving back kindness to Kazuya with the gift? Yes. Absolutely, it's a fucking excuse. Abso-fucking-lutely, it's a goddamn excuse. Oh no, she means it, but not the like. She has ulterior motives, and she's just not honest about those ulterior motives. Yes. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were referring to. Yeah, it's what she says. It's the thing we read in chapter 413, I think. Yeah, it's in 413, right? No, that's not actually where we see it. When do we first see Sumi? Is it 409? Might be 409. Oh, I was right. Repaying kindness. Yeah. She says she's doing it to repay Kazuya's kindness. Okay. But you haven't spoken to him this entire fucking time. Is it for the birthday? What is this for? Right? So the disguise is that she's repaying his kindness. In reality, why is Sumi actually here? So she also denies her part of her body like Kazuya does? Yes. She denies a part of herself. The part of herself that loves him. She's not honest with that part. And it's acting on its own. And she's not listening to it. When Chizuru was talking to Minnie, she didn't feel like a super iron lady. I know! Right? Chizuru did not feel like a super iron lady when she was talking to Minnie. She was like very, very vulnerable. Like, I felt like she was vulnerable as shit. And Minnie's just like, oh no, she's just a fucking iron lady. I'm like, fuck off, jerk. But yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with this read that the reason Sumi was crying was because of she didn't get what she wanted with Kazuya. I don't agree with this, Reed. She literally put her feelings to the side. She quite literally tossed her feelings to the side. They did not matter in this scene. She cried for someone else. She cried for someone else's feelings, and that it is literally empathy to a destructive degree. It is pure, unadulterated empathy. But you can have too much empathy. There is such a thing as too much empathy. At least I think. Like, I think we need more empathy in the world, 100%. But I think there comes a point where you're too empathetic for someone. Like, they're hurting you. And it's not okay to just continue to be empathetic for them. Like, I do think, like, if you can handle it, okay. If you can handle it, okay. But there comes a point where you have to be honest about your own feelings. That maybe you're not happy with this. Chizuru is both selfish and selfless. I would argue that Chizuru thinks she's too selfish. So I would argue that Chizuru thinks she's too selfish and she's trying to be selfless. That is why. So here's the best metaphor I can give you. Symbolism, metaphor, whatever the fuck we want to call it. When we see Mommy in this sequence, she is in a dark car and the light is outside. The car is purely darkness and the light is outside. When we cut to Chizuru, it is dark outside and light inside, and it is just light. That is it. Chizuru is just light. Therefore, what Chizuru is trying to do is just become as selfless as possible for him. She thinks she's too selfish. She thinks she needs to remove her darkness. Literally, what is she doing? She's getting rid of her past, her darkness. The problem is that Chizuru is actually a lot more selfless than she thinks she is. And in going this far, it is literally becoming what you think it is. She's trying to become pure light, which is very, very bad. You don't want to be just purely a good person. That's not a thing. She's choosing to be a bad person to become a good person, which makes no fucking sense. And literally it's falling apart. It's going to fall apart. She's literally trying to do the reverse of Kazuya. Forgiving Mommy means to forgive and accept the part of herself that she hates about herself. Forgiving Mommy goes even deeper than that. Forgiving Mommy is forgiving her own mom. And the reason I say that is because if you think about it from a different perspective, Chizuru's mom was maybe trapped in her own choices and didn't know how to change. Maybe she just didn't know how to change. And so she gave Chizuru a name of hope in the hopes that Chizuru would not be trapped in a similar cycle as her. In forgiving Mommy, Chizuru can also forgive her mom and realize, maybe my mom wasn't that bad. Chizuru's mom was not that bad because she's the reason she even has the name that she does. She's the reason Chizuru even got the chance that she did. She's the reason Chizuru is where she is right now. So Chizuru could have a different outlook about her own mom as well as herself in forgiving and understanding Mommy, in seeing how trapped Mommy truly is. That she's a sad existence who doesn't know how to change. So forgiving Mommy is a massive deal for Chizuru. It is the core of Chizuru's character. In forgiving Mommy, she forgives herself and she forgives her mom. And she's able to come to terms with her own darkness and her past. So, yeah, no, forgiving Mommy is like the thing to do for Chizuru. That's literally it. The forgiving Mommy is the thing to do for Chizuru. Because she forgives herself. But yes, pretty much the whole point is that all Mommy has is darkness without any light because she doesn't know how to see light. She doesn't know how to be in the light. She doesn't know how to have any hope in her life. In contrast, all Chizuru has now is just light. She has no darkness. And the darkness is literally on the other side with Mommy. Right? Chizuru choosing to stay purely in the light has led Kazuya into the darkness, if you will. That is the problem. In choosing to be so selfless, so goddamn selfless, it has led Kazuya into the darkness. In that same way, in Kazuya trying to be so fucking perfect, so goddamn pure, he's falling deeper and deeper into like the worst of the problems in all of the darkness and shit. God, I sound like I'm talking about Kingdom Hearts, and I love it. I'm having a good old time, by the way. I feel like I'm talking about Kingdom Hearts, and I love it. I'm having a good old time, fellas. Okay, let's continue. We already know that Sumi has ulterior motives because she bought a gift for Kazuya's birthday again, even though it was him who asked for the date this time. So Sumi probably still wants to use the opportunity for herself. Kazuya didn't know the place he was meeting with Sumi at, so it must have been Sumi who planned the date and suggested the place. I could be wrong, but I would guess she wants to try again what she tried last year, make Kazuya fall for her. I doubt it. I don't know if that was ever Sumi's intention. I kind of disagree. I don't think that was ever Sumi's intention. What Sumi wanted wasn't for Kazuya to fall for her. She wanted to confess her feelings to him. That's the thing Sumi never really does. She could never muster up the courage to confess her feelings for him. But that's fascinating because it makes you wonder, wait, is that Chizuru or is that Sumi? Because everybody thinks, oh, Chizuru just can't bring herself to confess. Well, here's Sumi who's unable to confess to Kazuya. Was that Chizuru all along? Right? It makes you wonder. It's like, okay, if Sumi's having such a hard time confessing, I wonder what Chizuru's going through. You know? I see Sumi as a parallel to Kazuya. The sheer update was selfless. He didn't expect anything in return. He just wanted Chizuru to have a good time, and he gave her, and you just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself. And he gave her the incentive to lean on him in the end. Pretty much what Sumi, again, accidentally did in her birthday date. It was less accidental and more intentional. It's just too selfless. That's the whole point. But the Odaiba date with Chizuru was Kazuya being selfish. He didn't actually consider how Chizuru felt, only whether he made her like him. He didn't see any of her struggles, symbolized by the blister that he didn't notice. Yes, I do agree on that front. I expected the date with Sumi to put Kazuya in Chizuru's position. Sumi will be so focused on making Kazuya like her that she won't see any of his struggles. I expect her to not see Kazuya just like he didn't see Chizuru. Well, seeing is the whole thing. It feels like Sumi's going to give him perspective. So Sumi first blinds him. Sumi will be so focused on making Kazuya like her that she won't see any of his struggles. How about we change that a little bit? She's so focused on making Kazuya happy, she doesn't notice what he's going through. How about that? Do you want to know why I say that? Because Kazuya's entire goal in the date was that Chizuru was happy. Because if she's happy, she likes him. Do you see the problem? I think you're kind of you're too focused on the ulterior motive and you're using the wrong words. Sumi will be focused completely on making Kazuya happy because that is her job as a rental girlfriend. What that's hiding is the ulterior motive of wanting to be deeply liked by him, which she does. She does want to be liked by him. I think you're essentially saying the right thing with the wrong phrasing and understanding. That's all. Kazuya won't feel understood this time, and this time it'll make it hard to open up about the problems he came to talk to Sumi about. Once Sumi makes her intentions clear and confesses to him, which I think she'll push herself to actually do this time, Kazuya would feel like a jerk if he rejected her only to ask her for advice about Chizuru. That was a long way to say that I don't expect Kazuya to actually get advice from Sumi. I don't expect Sumi to actually solve this problem. I think what Sumi's going to do is highlight the problem. The thing you've been looking away from this whole time. Sumi's going to make Kazuya, like, look at how he's been a dick this whole fucking time. And it would be interesting if he is put in Chizuru's position. That does feel like the intent. It's literally called the boyfriend and love. So he's literally being put in Chizuru's position. That was my theory from the start, that like the whole point of everything Kazuya is going through is literally being put in Chizuru's position and understanding what the fuck she's been going through. Like this whole goddamn fucking time. She's been going through hell solo and feels like a terrible person for even feeling the way that she does. Which is ironic because that's how he feels. Kazuya feels like a shitty person for having the physical desires that he does for Chizuru. Yeah, it's the same for her. She feels like a terrible fucking person for having the physical desire she has for him. And she's trying to reach romantic, that you know, the form of love that is considered selfless and perfect and all that fucking horse shit. That's what she's trying to reach. She's trying to reach a selfless form of love where she just does things for the people she cares about, which is nonsense. That's not how love works. I think it's like you said, Minnie wants to see the hero in him. She may be friends with Kazuya and Chizuru, but when it comes to their romance, I feel like she views it less as here's my friends are getting up to lately than it is like it's a movie that I get to watch from up close. Because of that, I think she keeps reading genre dynamics into them beyond what's accurate to the situation. If the hero and heroine aren't together, it must mean he needs to keep chasing to come up with a bigger and grander gesture to win her over. We need to trigger the climactic scene, give the audience something to clap for, roll credits. And while we as readers know that's not true, there's enough surface level similarities to keep tripping Minnie's confirmation bias and keep her locked into the viewpoint. It's literally like the audience, like, think of it like this. It's Reiji calling out the audience who think they know how to write. Because look, when you look at a movie, when you look at cinema, when you look at the shit you really enjoy, this is how it plays out, right? You rise to the climax, and then you drop, and then you hit the ending, and you clap that hands, roll them fucking credits. Hell yeah, that's some good shit. Oh, knocked it out of the park. He's treating it like how most readers treat romance manga, where when you get to the end of it, the characters get together and you're happy and it ends. To Minnie, her dynamic and relationship with Kazuya and Chizuru ends when they get together. She wants to see that. And like most romances, when they get together, you don't get to see that anymore. Right? You never get to see it when they get together, so Minnie never got that experience. She never got to see what it's like on the other side. So she really, really wants to see what it's like on the other side once they get together. You know? When they get together, like she's like, oh shit, I get to see what that's actually like now. Because you never get to see that in these stupid fucking romance mangas. Where they all just end the moment they get together. They have the confession, they cry, they kiss. Oh, it's so fucking great. It's that bullshit. It's that horseshit that Reiji knows you really fucking want. And he's actively calling you out on it with Minnie's character. A child's sick throat. Wait, what? Back to Christmas Carol, you could say that Chizuru is the Tiny Tim, a child sick through the story and doesn't get better if Scourge doesn't change his ways. Which is, by the way, what we said last stream. So last stream we were reading an analysis from Jojo Maniacal, and he came up with a really cool theory. I didn't agree with much of he said, but he had a really, really cool theory that I was vibing with. And basically it's that the little girl that is in the simulation that Kazuya does, where he accidentally hits the little girl in the car, that is literally Chizuru. So in the simulation, Kazuya's doing the simulation, and a little girl pops out, and she straight up looks like Chizuru. And Jojo Maniacal essentially had a theory where, here, let me pull it up. I should still have it. Yeah, it should be right here. So where was it? Let me see the theory that he had. It was so interesting. I fucking loved it. Okay, Kazuya goes first and remarks how impressed he is by the graphics of the simulation being closer to reality than he expected. But he ends the thought about thinking about how it's like a game. A little girl jumps out and he hits her with the car. The girl looks a little bit like Chizuru we saw in chapter 364. So for comparison's sake, let me pull those up so you can see the similarities, because they're absolutely fucking there. He's dead on. I can't believe that worked. Okay. So here's little kid Chizuru, and this is what she looks like. Okay. Now let's pull up the little girl from the simulation. It's not like a 1-to-1, but it's pretty fucking similar. pictures for 15. Yeah, it's not 1-to-1, but there's absolutely a similarity. See, look, they're not the same, but there's absolutely a similarity, you know? With that said, he says, looks like the little girl. Kazuya yells that it's impossible to prevent that, and the instructor says you could have seen it coming if you noticed the little girl's leg sticking out just before. However, we can see what he sees before, and there's no leg sticking out. You're seeing it through Kazuya's eyes, so you don't actually get a proper lens of the situation. It's just a semi-struck up turning the view. When it's mommy's turn to do the simulation, she's easily able to stop the car before hitting the little girl, and the teacher praises her for her good reaction speed. But she didn't react. She anticipated what she saw happen before. The simulation did its job, though. It let us act out a situation that we couldn't do in real life, and through someone else's mistake, mommy's able to learn what to watch out for. Another connection is the idea that the little girl is Chizuru is that Kazuya literally asks, where are her parents? Hitting us over the head with the idea that, Chizuru might do something unexpected and reckless that will cause Kazuya to accidentally harm her. Now, what could have Kazuya done to prevent this from happening without the benefit of hindsight that mommy gets? In chapter 412, when Kazuya is driving for real, he gets praised for his performance. Let's see that. I don't remember this. 412, Kazuya is driving for real, and he's praised for his performance. Remember to not go over the line. Oh, very good, Kinoshita-san. Thank you. Oh, he is praised for his performance. Interesting. You didn't catch what he was praised for. You didn't catch what he was praised for. Don't go over the white line. Kazuya, don't cross the line. What does Kazuya do? Kazuya never outright crosses the line, does he? He always stops at the line, but he doesn't draw any lines. How did you not catch this? This is so good. Kazuya never goes over the line. He never crosses the line to an unhealthy degree. Right? This is literally shown to you as he sees mommy, as if to indicate with you he's never actually going to cross the line with mommy. That's what it was hinting to you. Oh, that's really good. Kazuya never crosses the line, but he never draws lines either. Okay. So what if this mindset is which he approached the simulation is the problem? He treated the simulation as a game when he should have treated it as real. Right before the car class, mommy comes out and answers a question that Kazuya couldn't figure it out. She copied his schedule so that she wouldn't be lonely. She wants to spend time with him and went out of her way to make sure that happened. She then cleared up the ambiguity behind that without needing Kazuya to probe for the information on his own. We're not going to get into this. I had an entire discussion about this before. Basically, the comparison between Chizuru and the little girl is a really, really good catch. And that actually literally did happen with Chizuru, where, she doesn't have, she is in many ways the little girl without her parents. Yeah, you do see the truck, but you see it from far away. Yeah, you can't see it. I wonder if you can. I don't think you can. Yeah, it's just a truck. You don't see the little girl. Yeah, you can't really see anything. But I think that's intentional. You're seeing it from Kazuya's view. Yeah. You're seeing it from Kazuya's view. When Chizuru is checking, let's see, but Kazuya will never cross the line when lines are drawn just like in the road. Yes, exactly. Because it's a simulation, you can do it, right? Because it's a simulation, it's fine, right? But then he's on a rental date with Sumi right now, and it's a simulation, if you will. Is it still okay? Okay. So yeah, that works to the comparison Eddieman was making, where a child is sick throughout the story and doesn't get better if Screws doesn't change his ways, which is pretty much Chizuru in many ways. Minnie is just like the readers, wants to see them together so bad that she fails to see the ocean of shit that's between them. Yeah. She willfully ignores it. Ignorance. She's ignorance. Well, it's not no. I think more accurately, it's not that she fails to see the ocean of shit between them. She literally can't. She doesn't have context. So think of it like this. In the end of Resident Evil 9, spoilers, in the end of Resident Evil 9, the villain of that game is a big fanatic of the original villain of Resident Evil, whose name is Spencer. Spencer, in an actual video, literally says that Grace, the main character of Resident Evil 9, is my hope. She is his hope. She is what he believes in. This dude shows up and finds out that the thing that the Spencer was working on the whole time wasn't what he thought it was. And he just takes it at face value and says, I will usher in his ideals. He then proceeds to stab Grace. He like stabs her in the stomach. This is incredibly ironic because he is a blind fool. He says he's going to usher in Spencer's will and then proceeds to literally hurt the thing he called his hope. Because he doesn't know anything. He's lacking context. He is a blind fool. That's Minnie. That's literally Minnie. Minnie does not have context for any of the things that Chizuru feels and thinks. She doesn't know anything. She doesn't know nearly as much as you think she does. She is a blind fanatic. That is what Minnie is. She's a blind fanatic to Kazuya, and she just hears everything Kazuya says and looks at Chizuru without any of the context. And that's why she comes to the conclusion that she does about Chizuru's dad. Even though that makes no fucking sense, because she should know, if she knew about her grandpa, if she knew about the good family that Chizuru had with her grandparents, she wouldn't be thinking like this. If she thought about the job Chizuru works for 2 fucking seconds, she wouldn't be thinking like this. But she doesn't know any of this stuff. Minnie lacks context. She doesn't know that Chizuru has talked to Kazuya about her dad and her mom. She doesn't know any of this stuff. Minnie literally lacks context. You're listening to a fanatic. You're listening to someone who will just take everything they hear and just use that to validate their own narrative. So it's not that Minnie fails to see the ocean of shit that's between them. She literally can't. She's blind. Damn, that RE9 example fits perfectly. Exactly. Yeah, she literally does that to Chizuru, right? Chizuru, like, Kazuya literally means the world to Chizuru, and the one thing Chizuru asks, which is, what's going on with Kazuya, Minnie refuses to give her. The one thing Chizuru wants, and she doesn't give it to her. She teases her instead. The one person Kazuya really cares about, and here's Minnie yelling at her. It's almost like she's doing the very opposite of what she's trying to seemingly do. The one thing Chizuru should know about, which is Ruka, and Minnie doesn't fucking tell her. Not realizing Chizuru literally wants to help. Chizuru openly says she wants to help multiple times, but Minnie never heard this, so she doesn't know this. So she doesn't tell Chizuru the one thing she should probably hear. Let's see. Defense advocate for Minnie #1. I'm already down where you have to say, buddy. He's a Minnie defender. I'm already down where you have to say. Oh. How are we doing on time? Been streaming about 2 hours. Not bad. Damn, the chapter comes out in 2 days. The spoilers aren't out yet, right? They should come out tomorrow, right? Yeah, I feel like I could write so much more about this chapter, and I feel like I still haven't written it. That's really frustrating. I hate when I have that feeling where it's like, I feel like there's so much more I could write about the chapter, and I just haven't written it. That really bugs me. That's like one of the things that really annoys the shit out of me. It's like when I feel like I can write so much more and I don't. Speaking of which, I did write some stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. So first off, strong words. The theme of chapter 418. We got so many inner monologues from Kazuya, but all these words leave him blind to actions. There's no contrast between words and actions, no darkness to show the light. Sumi blinds him so that he can see her words and actions. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think I was saying something similar before, where it's like Sumi blinds Kazuya so he can contextualize the words. Right? So Kazuya talks a whole lot in this chapter, and the first thing he hears is the word date. He hears the word date, but there's no actions like immediately backing that up in the chapter, right? And Kazuya doesn't see those actions, he just hears what Minnie says. There is a lot of actions to back up, the word date is meaningless, right? Because Chizuru has been dating him the whole time. So the word date is meaningless, it doesn't give him what he wants, which is love. In contrast, in the very end, the word boo from Sumi is given a lot of weight because she blinds Kazuya. Because her actions back it up. We also talked a whole lot about the fact that Sumi is wearing cherries and ribbons. So, idolization, which is like symbolized by ribbons, and 2, cherries. The most sexual fruit in the fucking world, but also can lean into a lot of different things that I talked about in an earlier stream. For instance, cherry picking. So, like, when you cherry pick information, the end of cherries, if you will, or, popping your cherries. Get it? Again, losing your virginity. There's a lot of, like, connection to cherries and, like, the current events, and it's also in season, right? Sumi wears the clothes in season, whereas Chizuru's clothes match the weather, but they were actually a little behind, ironically, because they're supposed to be in this season. Minnie literally just says, Minnie literally just, as your previous stream title, all talk. Yeah. Big promises, all talk. But the advice to not tell Chizuru about the Ruka thing is ridiculous. Well, it's because of how Minnie looks at love. Minnie doesn't understand love. Let's see, what else did I write? A shadow leads to light just as light casts a shadow. Darkness cannot exist without light because it is defined as the absence of light. Therefore, if light did not exist, neither would darkness. Light can technically exist on its own, but without darkness, our perception is blind. We cannot see things properly as people. Human perception requires contrast, darkness, to define brightness. Thus, light without any darkness is meaningless, for it is just as empty if it has no way to truly be seen, like a shadow defining the existence of light. But light casts a shadow. When you have a relationship, you want the person to think about you. This can be positive and negative. It can be in a dark way when you keep hoping they think about you to validate your own ego, to feel superior and better about yourself. Or it can be bittersweet, where you hope they think about you because if it meant so much to you. You want to matter to them, whether it ended mutually or not. I think I wrote that in relation to, like, Sumi. Because there's a lot I wrote and I didn't, like, clear it up. The characters are spiraling by being trapped in a time loop. The characters are stuck repeating the same things over and over again. But the brilliant thing about this time loop is that it's in their head. Things aren't actually looping. They're making them loop. In reality, the characters are spiraling in the wrong way, in the wrong timeline. They're not time looping, they're time leaping. And each time has an end. Remembering where you started helps you realize how naive you were. Oh yeah, I wrote this because Kazuya is literally going back to the beginning. When you stand on top of the same edge you once jumped off of carelessly, you begin to see how you were making so many assumptions. As an adult, you have new perspective on something you saw when you were a kid, how you believed you were right and just going for it all the time worked out, and that's how you might have just been, and that you might have just been lucky the whole time. How you can't do that anymore. As an adult, you have to be smarter. but also know when to take risks and when to not just jump. Set goals and work towards them. Plan out what you can and take steps to fix the real problems, not just the issues of the day. Really fix things, but also know when it's okay to wing it. That you can't foresee everything, but that preparing for what might come up is better than leaping in blindly and hoping it works out. Which is literally what Kazuya does. Kazuya with Sumi leapt in blindly. He had absolutely no idea what to expect. And it didn't just work. And he's lucky it just turned out okay. But he was blindsided. He was okay because Sumi wouldn't actually do anything. He was okay because Sumi wasn't actually going to do anything to him. Oh my god, he's on steps. Oh my god, he needs to take a step back and rethink. Where do we see Kazuya when this date starts? He's on steps. He's literally on stairs. He's where they're oh my god, the last birthday arc where Sumi gave him that beanie was on steps. And they meet on steps. It's as if we literally need to come down the steps and take a step back and reflect. Bro. Learn when to be okay with surprises and when to not let yourself be surprised. This chapter is a positive surprise because it's Sumi. But we have been surprised this whole time, whether it was Umi, Mami, or Ruka. We never know what was coming. Recognizing how brash and headstrong we really are, how self-centered we are, how we always felt we were right, but how incredibly wrong we actually were. That we need to take a step back and rethink things clearly. How things need to be different from now on, and that change doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Reflecting on what you actually want. Damn. Look at me kind of cooking. Distortion with a hint of progress. Takes everything that has already been established, feelings, context, promises, and shows how Kazuya continues to interpret everything the wrong way, even though he technically already has the right information in his hands. Not technically, he literally does. He just doesn't know how to interpret that information. Kazuya doesn't know how to read the signs. That's literally like what you were taught when the arc first started, the school bag arc, when it first started. He goes home, he opens up his book for the driving school, and he doesn't know how to interpret the signs. His reaction to what Minnie says about her conversation with Chizuru, I would go out with you, already shows this clearly. This information should give him some mental stability. Not solve everything, of course, but at least recognize some of his thoughts. But the opposite happens. He falls into fantasy, exaggeration, and projection. Why would this... So this solves nothing. Actually, no, that's incorrect. This shouldn't give him any form of mental stability. For one, it was a hypothetical. 2, he's been dating her the whole time. 3, he didn't even hear it from her fucking lips. Why the hell should he trust Minnie? Minnie's been wrong before. He didn't even hear this from Chizuru's own lips. Why should I believe her? So to me, Kazuya's problem is no longer a lack of response from Chizuru or her coldness itself. The problem is that he cannot receive any answer without turning it into pressure. He doesn't integrate the information, he turns it into a mission. You came to the correct conclusion, but used the wrong evidence to do so. That's a weird one. When Minnie talks about the possibility that Chizuru might not be capable of falling in love in a normal way, she isn't just talking about Chizuru without realizing she's putting a brake on Kazuya's flawed logic. Because he is operating as if effort alone can generate love. But instead of stopping to think, he hears that and concludes that he will make her fall in love with him. No, she's talking about herself. The irony is she's talking about herself because have you seen Minnie date anybody? Have you seen Minnie look at actually love? She's projecting onto Chizuru despite how emotional Chizuru fucking looks in the entire chapter that she's talking to her. She's not actually talking about Chizuru. She's just like stuck in her own little head. In her own blind little head. See, there it is. I'm seeing the Minnie defender. I'm seeing the Minnie defender right there. Let's see. he listens, but he doesn't understand. He just reacts. Well, no, if your goal is to listen to Minnie, then yes, Kazuya is failing. Why should you listen to Minnie? She wants them to be together, but then gives him signals that Chizuru is never going to fall in love with him. What the fuck is the goal? What is your goal, Minnie? What do you want? To me, this is so-called cerebral war of love summarizes the problems and its symptoms. He continues to treat the relationship as if it were a logical sequence. If I do A, B, and C, then she will love me. And this mistake isn't new, it just becomes more explicit now. Except Minnie actively fuels that. That's what's weird. It's like, you're saying Minnie is giving him the right advice to stop, but she's actually actively fueling this behavior. So I don't know where you're coming from with this. He still wants to turn love into a reward for effort, and what does Minnie say to Chizuru? She says, you have to reward his effort. When the story itself has already shown multiple times that this is not what Chizuru responds to emotionally. Ruka's part, it reinforces another problem to his guild. Every time she appears, he goes into a moral collapse. He still doesn't know how to deal with his desires, responsibility, and love at the same time. He tries to purify what he feels for Chizuru, almost as if telling himself that this is pure and therefore different from everything else. But this solves nothing because deep down he still doesn't understand his emotional state. That entire chapter, that entire little paragraph he just wrote, solid. Mommy continues to function in the same way, even when absent. She's still active in his mind. This shows once again that he doesn't close anything emotionally. He carries everything, and that only keeps overloading him, because it means his problem isn't just the present, it's the accumulation. He isn't only dealing with Chizuru, nor only with Ruka, nor only with Mommy. He's trying to carry everything at once without being able to organize anything. And he literally says it. He literally says, like, I don't know where to start. And in so doing, he doesn't start. And Mommy is more than just an accumulation. She's literally the thing that, like, counterpoints what he said. Because if you pay attention to what he said, Kazuya looks at Ruka and he said, or right here, I won't make that same mistake again when thinking about Ruka. He literally says, I won't make that same mistake again when thinking about Ruka. He literally did. There's a reason Mommy pops into his head. He literally did with her. He emotionally did it with Mommy. He ended up in the same exact position with Mommy in reverse. He just wasn't sexually fucking assaulted. But it already happened again with Mommy. Like, he already made that same exact mistake again with Mommy. He just didn't process it. And that's his mind telling him, you already emotionally did that with Mommy. You've already been emotionally doing that with Mommy. You didn't physically do it with Mommy, you emotionally did it. Let's see. The decision to look for Sumi is, for me, the only true correct thing he does in these recent chapters. Not because Sumi will solve his problem, because he recognizes, even if indirectly, that he cannot handle all of this alone. And he went to Sumi for superficial reasons. But it's going to lead to him ultimately facing the problem. It's different from chasing after Chizuru or hiding behind Minnie. Here, he looks for someone who can at least put his mind in a less chaotic place. He already knows that what he feels for Chizuru is different. He already understands that it's not just attraction, not just obsession, and not just idolization of the void, Gabimaru. Oh my god. But he doesn't know what to do with that conclusion. So he returns to the only model he knows. Effort, conquest, proof, performance. Conquest, Jesus Christ. He understands the feelings, but he keeps acting from his insecurity, seeking validation through effort. He has this shallow sense that he needs to be useful somehow. And in his mind, he's only useful when he's trying. And the reason Kazuya feels so useless directly stems from chapter 218. It's literally chapter 218. It's the chapter where Kazuya feels like his existence is null and void. He has absolutely no fucking meaning as a person. Therefore, what does he try to do constantly after that point? Be useful. He constantly tries to be useful, and if he's not useful, then he's worthless. Because he couldn't do anything in Hawaiians, not realizing how he chose in many ways not to do things in Hawaiians. For instance, a great example is when his grandma shows up constantly and wants to do things, he never stops her. He never says, just give me a minute, I'll deal with it in a little bit. He just kind of lets her control him. He kind of just goes along with whatever she says, even though he knows he probably fucking shouldn't. And it leads to him crashing the fuck out and falling the fuck apart. And Kazuya doesn't notice this. And that's why, like, there's a flaw in even his sense of uselessness, where it's like he's making himself useless. He's making himself feel this way. He chose this in many ways. This connects indirectly with Chizuru. Even though she doesn't really appear in the chapter, because their problem is also mirrored, she wants to understand before acting. He wants to act before understanding. She freezes due to excessive control. He moves due to excessive compensation. Both are wrong, just in opposite directions. She freezes due to excessive control. Like her own excessive control? He moves due to a lack of control. No. For Kazuya, he moves due to a lack of control. The reason Kazuya does all of the bullshit that he does is specifically because he has no control over his life. Chizuru can't do anything because she feels she has too much control. So, I don't know if excessive compensation like falls under lack of control. It's literally because Kazuya doesn't have control over his life. Everybody else controls his life. Both are wrong, just in opposite directions. Correct. I do agree with that. They are meant to be like mirrors. That's the whole idea. They're inverted mirrors. She wants to understand before acting. She wants to act before understanding. The answer is in the middle. That's why for me, the July 11th meeting is already at risk before it even happens. It was never going to happen. This chapter is literally showing that to me without fucking question. Like, I've already thought July 11th wasn't going to fucking happen. Now I'm just like even more certain. Not because of any external factor, but because neither of them is emotionally aligned with what their meeting requires. He will arrive trying to perform, she will arrive trying to confirm a certainty that still does not exist. And that is, as it stands, doesn't produce a real meeting. Well, you don't even really know what Chizuru is planning to do in this meeting, to be fair. I think what Chizuru is trying to do is create the correct ground for her to fall in love with him. And Kazuya doesn't know this, and I think Kazuya is going to learn this here. What Chizuru has been doing this whole time to prove and to be able to fall in love with him, to create what she can to believe that she can fall in love with him. But she is ultimately, yes, she'll try to confirm a certainty that still doesn't exist. She will try to confirm a certainty that already exists. That's the problem. Chizuru is trying to confirm something that is already there. And she just doesn't know it. That's literally the problem. Why are you trying to confirm something that's already there? And she just doesn't realize it because she doesn't know what she's looking at. Which aligns perfectly with what I've been saying this entire time. Characters are literally blind. Chizuru doesn't know what she's looking at. She looks in the mirror and doesn't see the love that everybody else sees. She doesn't know what the fuck she's looking at. Because she doesn't know what love is. Is what she's looking at just desire? Is her feelings just desire? Which aligns perfectly with Kazuya, who's literally stuck between affection and desire. At this point, I don't see Sumi as a solution. I see her as an interruption. No, she is the problem. Sumi is the problem, the necessary problem. She's the only person who doesn't push Kazuya to prove anything, to chase anything, or to justify himself. But that's the thing. Isn't it interesting that the part of Kazuya that Sumi is in love with is specifically the idolization of Kazuya? Did anybody notice that? Sumi is in love with the Kazuya that met Chizuru, that is cool and under control, the Kazuya that doesn't fuck up. Has Sumi ever actually seen fuck up Kazuya? No, seriously. Has Sumi ever seen fuck up Kazuya? Or has Sumi only seen cool Kazuya? This is going to be central because Kazuya thinks Chizuru doesn't think he's cool. But here's a person who's only seen your cool side and has not seen your dumb side. And how will they react to you being like a stupid fuck up? And then you're going to wonder to yourself, wait, this person reacted to how I am when I'm a fuck up like this, like it's probably going to be negative. And then you're going to think about how Chizuru did not react negatively to Kazuya being a fuck up. In fact, she still thought he was cool even though he was being a fuck up. What would that make you realize? Holy shit, what the fuck am I even doing? This person already thought I was super cool, saw all of my fucking uselessness, all of my stupidity and still wanted to hang out with me and thought I was cool. What the fuck have I been doing? Do you see the setup? Because that is absolutely there. All Sumi has seen of Kazuya is his cool side. She has not seen his failures. She has not seen his mistakes. She has not seen how much of a mess he is, which is incredibly ironic because what did I just describe to you about Sumi earlier? All we see are her positive traits, her selfless traits, her pure and innocent side. You have not seen her selfish side. You have not seen Sumi's darkness. Just as Sumi only sees Kazuya's light and does not see any of his darkness. Isn't that fascinating? The whole idea of Sumi and Kazuya's characters, their entire dynamic, is that it's pure light. It is pure and perfect, and you just not seeing the darkness underneath. And you actually might be very ill prepared to deal with this darkness. You're not ready for it. You have not actually grown the fuck up. And that is a big thing for Sumi's character, who has only seen a lot of things through the lens of that pure innocence that she knows. She's not an adult. That is why in the anime, when they depict her, in the anime for season 4, when they depict her character, they specifically make her Little Red Riding Hood. Why? What is the story behind Little Red Riding Hood? Little Red Riding Hood bargaining with the devil. The devil comes when we pay. In this case, to do something or don't do something, with this belief that will manipulate our experiences with the short term, and reap particular rewards. Paying generally refers to any simple exchange that occurs in a vacuum. Okay, like buying an apple in the store with money, paying in the sense as opposed to, for example, trading firewood for apples in a barter system. Okay. I don't have to know anything at all about you or myself in order to exchange money with you for goods. I can just left-click amounts or poke at a phone screen. Because relationship experiences take time and skill and effort, simplified monetary exchange streamlines the marketplace exponentially. It serves to often short-term goal of buying stuff, and that means we can theoretically buy a lot of stuff. So there's no human relationship needed in the sort of monetary exchanges we do every day in my society. Increasingly so with internet interactions, internet transactions. Relationship is optional. Hell, there's no relationship in such exchanges to act the source of material goods. The planet, Gaia, the earth, most adults in my society have cut the connection off at the proverbial pass, imagining goods as coming from shops, from businesses. Relationships-free exchange is how we go into the environmental pickle we are in now on our planetary home, as many individuals ignore the importance of the personal relationships we have with Earth since our conception. The relationship, though it sustains every moment of our lives, is seemingly not worthy of our time and energy. Our alienated exchange-based relationships, recall with our bodies, can mimic this human disconnect from our complex and wise planet. For those raised in the monetary exchange society, the streamlined short-term goal is natural. We don't have to consider anything beyond the simplistic formula created in a vacuum of, if I do A, then B will result. For example, we don't have to consider our own motives for the purchase. What Kazuya is doing now is literally just a fucking purchase. That's what he wants. If I do A, I get B. If I do this, Chizuru will fall in love with me. It's a purchase. He's buying something. Devil's Pax fits perfectly into the short-term mode, for they always have a due date for results. If I am an example, odds are decent that at some point in the not distant future, I will abandon my lofty goals and go back to what I was doing before. Busy all day, so no time to exercise, meditate, create, consume unhealthy grub, so my energy levels never improves. Self-abusing in order to accomplish my health goals, etc., etc. In any case, the old thing that is always tough to give up. The old thing is always tough to give up because changing lifestyles is not so much a mouse click. It involves relationship with the self, with body, heart, and soul. which in turn, which in truth often extends to our relationships with others. Maybe if we have always been overweight and our goal is a leaner body mass, we have to give up some negative self-talk and a very uninhibited social persona. Perhaps drop the habitual delusion that we will start eating right tomorrow. If we hurt ourselves by zooming around in a caffeinated whirlwind, cause that super fun and we get lots of kudos. We have to give up some of our competitive ego and lower our unreasonable standards. No, I know that one personally. Anyway, point is, the short-term goal usually implies changing something in our lives without changing ourselves in levels that involve shifting not just lifestyle, but self-concept and core beliefs and all that groovy stuff. We have to learn to mechanically change specific actions, expect rewards we paid for it, and delude ourselves into thinking we can get them on the cheap, i.e. quickly, easily, and or exactly when we expect them. We're looking for shortcuts, like the wolf who takes a shortcut to grandma in order to eat her. That MO may work for some, it may work for a while, but eventually we realize the devil was there messing with us all along. And that's the beginning of wisdom on the matter of shortcuts. The basic foundation of self-love: mental health, self-discovery, openness, self-acceptance, self-care, commitment. We want the material reality to compensate and or reward us for our work, our struggle, our losses, and our suffering. If we lose in the game of life, instead of going deeper, we look around for who cheated us. For the devil's short-term mode means we live in a constant state of let's make a deal. That's why the archetypal devil is often depicted going through making deals with despairing or ambitious sinners. The wise third way, not the 3D way, is the long game. Traveling the long way around, we discover the love, inspiration, and connection that lasts. That was always there, beneath all the bargaining. That is wisdom, as defined in those stories, and unlike a fit of Byrd, we can take it from when we go. All right, that's just the intro. There was once a sweet little maid, much beloved by everybody, but most of all by her grandmother, who never knew how to make enough for her. Once she sent a little Red Riding Hood of red velvet, and as it was very becoming of her, and she never wore anything else. People called her Little Red Riding Hood. We see right away the wisdom development is featured by the focus on the grandmother, the crone. She gives the granddaughter a red hat, a metaphorical crown. In fact, crown being the meaning of crone. It is made of rich red soft fabric. It is made of love. That tells us that the crown glory of wisdom is just that, the knowledge that love is foremost. When we want to change our lives, don't forget to do it with love. That child is much beloved hints that we are talking about some inner child work. In fact, the granny in this case is our protagonist, and she has learned to dearly love her own inner child. Red is one of the alchemic colors that often shows up in these stories, the other being white, black, gold, and silver. We see all of these but white in the crone above, but her hair is white. The symbol of red is probably the most complex in all the alchemic colors. We are given a clue here. In the detail of the riding hood, riding refers, of course, to riding a horse. However, the child never does. The crown is conferred, worn in relation to something ethereal pointed to here in the combination of the red and the horse. Horses are very powerful animals that humans have learned to harness. Well, we'll worry about that later. So, the word desire usually carries the meaning of passion, in the sense of the devil's third realm of sensuality. Desire, in this case, usually means goals that cause and effect have taught us will garner 3D rewards. Something we can see, touch, hear, physically experience. Wisdom development, however, does not aim to reap 3D rewards directly. Only one reason few care about it in the materialistic or 3D society like mine. I'm not putting down materialism here. Please note, I'm not hating on material reality. That's stupid and otherwise pointless. Red Riding Hood and her passion focuses her symbolic red and her horse show us the human path is about motivation. Do we love ourselves and our lives enough to self-motivate for the long game? Can we truly commit to our important life goals and change our relationship to the self and thus the world? What have I been describing about Sumi? What have I been describing about Sumi? What when you listen to Sumi's character song, it's called Sakura Selfish, and most of it is just her wanting to eat things. The song practically screams gluttony. The song practically screams gluttony. She literally just wants to eat everything in the song. That's how the song goes. And the song feels completely counter to Sumi's character. It's like she let herself be free. The song feels completely counter to Sumi's character. And it's because Sumi is literally counter to herself. As the person says, do we love ourselves and our lives enough to self-motivate for the long game? Can we truly commit to our important life goals and change our relationship to self and thus the world? Something Sumi does not do. Let's keep reading. The devil comes in when we ask the world, the active sensory-based dualistic 3D sensation, aka a simulation, to make life worth living. We hope 3D rewards will give our lives meaning and connection and all that good stuff that were not intrinsically in its providence. Immersed as the archetypal devil is in 3D, we use the reflection of the world to feel good about our life and therefore ourselves. The two, life and self, are one and the same. Nothing is intrinsically wrong with it, but it can distract us from what lies beyond the senses. Lies may sound good. Beauty may be I've never heard this word. Contradict, misrepresent. Fail to give a true notion of impression, disguise, or contradict. So let's see. Lies may sound good. Beauty may bail, like the story's wolf. The devil is a famous shapeshifter. We see the detail once she. We see in the detail once she sent her the hood. The beginning of the story. There's some psychic distance between the child and the crone. Once could mean a long time ago. In human terms, their coming together will be the story even that symbolizes the grandmother have learned and integrated wisdom in regards to some passionate behavior of her youth. Some wildness represented by the animals, the horse and the wolf, will be understood and tamed, redirected. The wolf becomes a nice rug, because we kill him. As in many wisdom and alchemic tales, 3 generations of females are featured: mother, crone, and maid. In this translation, the Trinity harks the old Triune goddess and the powers of the 3 life stages. The 3 stages of their experiences come together, meet as wisdom and the crone. This frames that we see the maid, or innocent could be a baby, a child, or an adolescent. It just means experiences previous adulthood. At the beginning of the story, from the perspective of the maid and the mother, the grandmother is not in great shape. She is weak and ill. The mom is sending cakes and a flask of wine. Mother is, of course, the feminine nurturing archetype. Don't forget the men carry their archetypes as well. And from our symbolic perspective, their mother is an inner aspect of the protagonist's grandmother's, her inner mom. As we move into our croneage, we must shift outwards focus from feeding others to inner focus on what feeds us, thus the cakes. Otherwise, her croneage will not be healthy one developmentally. So upon her wisdom path, grandmother is now calling on her inner nurturer for herself. She's learning to use her feminine resources for self-healing. Maybe she's diving into her creative powers. Maybe she's enjoying more deeply friends and families. Maybe she's using meditation to release the old anxieties she's sick and tired of, and making her weak, making her weak. Maybe she's learning to grieve properly. Maybe she's reclaiming some childhood qualities of play, spontaneity. So let's see. I want to read the part about Little Red Riding Hood. Damn. Where's the Little Red Riding Hood part? Oh well, the whole point of Little Red Riding Hood is that the story is literally about coming of age and growing up and dealing with sin. So I'll pull that up right now. Little Red Riding Hood. But we'll look into the wine really quick. We'll read this last portion here. Okay. Mom says walk properly and nicely. This means to be mindful. We don't actually expect much mindfulness of the sort from a child, but it's a great skill to develop as we get older. The wine is a symbolic confirmation of my interpretation, as wine is not only a higher chakra food because it gets you high, but it also a symbol of wisdom development, in the sense that it can become amazing if it's aged for a long time. Of course, that doesn't work with most wine. Most of it is a limited aging span. Let's see here. So going mindfully into the day, along our path, is the important bit of advice to us from Mom. Mindfulness has many definitions, but in the sense of motivation and passion, it is putting one foot in front of the other with a goal in mind and motivating towards the goal with eyes open. That the whatever is happening, good or bad, in the meme above. We don't freak out because we hit a band in the road, or a new choice point, to the proverbial crossroads where the devil is known to lurk. Such experiences are invitations to examine deeper levels. Tending our inner experiences requires valuing our personal, soul-centric development first, and desired materialistic results may or may not follow. Mother and daughter make the commitment. I'll be sure to take care, said Little Red Riding Hood to her mother, and gave her hands upon it. Here we see the commitment is indeed required for the wisdom path, for lasting transformation, for dealing with the curves and the crosses and the hills and the dead ends on the path. Those who make New Year intentions likely know this on some level. The tale shall continue to inform us a bit about why our commitment may go awry. Enough for now. Thanks for reading, and see you in part 2. We'll not worry about part 2 too much, but yeah, so interpretations. Apart from the overt warning about talking to strangers, there are many interpretations of the classic fairy tale, many of them sexual. Some are listed below. Oh, look! So a big thing is talking to strangers. Think about it for a second. Is Sumi a stranger to Kazuya? Kazuya is going to talk to her about all these things, but does Sumi actually fully know Kazuya? Does Kazuya fully know Sumi? Right? They've hung out, but this is kind of interesting, right? Because Kazuya has been talking to like a lot of people and not really thinking about it. So there is an interesting element at play here with talking to strangers that could play into. The tale has been interpreted as a puberty rite, stemming from a prehistoric origin, sometimes an origin stemming from previous material. The girl, leaving home, enters a liminal state, and by going through the acts of the tale, is transformed into an adult woman by the act of coming out of the wolf's stomach. Interesting. Rebirth. The meaning and the importance of fairy tales. Recast the Little Red Riding Hood motif in terms of a classic Freudian analysis that shows how fairy tales educate, support, and liberate children's emotions. The motif of the huntsman cutting open the wolf, he's interpreted as a rebirth. The girl who foolishly listened to the wolf has been reborn as a new person. Yeah. So let's see, erotic, romantic, or rape connotations. Yikes. A sexual analysis of the tale may also include negative connotations in terms of rape or abduction. And Against Our Will, Susan Miller describes the fairy tale as an allegory of rape. Many revisionist versions focus on empowerment and depict Little Red Riding Hood or the grandmother successfully defending herself against the wolf. Such telling bears some similarities to the animal bridegroom tales, such as Beauty and the Beast or the Frog Prince. But where the heroines of those tales revert the hero to a prince, the telling of the Little Red Riding Hood reveals the heroine that she was a wild nature like the heroes. Those interpretations reframe the story as one of the female empowerment and do not characterize Little Red Riding Hood as a victim. So yeah, a huge thing about this is definitely like puberty. There is the Kazuya literally got raped recently, like he literally went through sexual assault, so that's definitely directly connected to this. And you gotta wonder, is Kazuya the wolf in this picture? He literally has black hair. He literally changed his appearance. Is Kazuya the wolf in this picture? Is he the shapeshifter? Has he been the villain all along? And Sumi was openly depicted as Little Red Riding Hood in the opening. You do gotta wonder. Is Kazuya the wolf in this picture? Is something bad about to happen? Because what is Kazuya doing for most of this? He's kind of like checking out all the girls around him. Like, constantly. It's gone into his head that he's a bad fucking person. Like, what if he actually does something bad? No. No. I think Kazuya will do something bad, but it's not going to cross the line. It's going to come, like, really close to crossing a certain line, but it's not going to cross any lines. And the fact that he says, I won't make that mistake again, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because you literally considered doing it with mommy earlier. It also fits with Minnie in the OP. Alice in Wonderland creates illusions. Yeah, pretty much. But I think what Reiji's trying to highlight is that Kazuya is the monster in the picture. He just treats himself like the victim. But he's also a victim, too. And it's literally meant to mirror mommy. Because mommy is both the monster and the victim. They're stuck in a sad trap. So I do think by the end of it, I think Kazuya is going to hurt Sumi. How? I don't know. How? I don't know. I'm honestly not too sure. I'm a little worried, but I'm not. I don't think it's going to be like horrendously bad. But it's definitely got me curious. That's for sure. With the simulation, do you think that the truck being far, Kazuya was trying to speed past, which is already dangerous enough, not to proper location to do so, and when the girl came in, it was his doom? Yeah. Could you rephrase that? I'm just not sure how. Could you just rephrase that? I'm a little confused. With the simulation, do you think with the truck being far, Kazuya was trying to speed past it, which is already dangerous enough in the proper location, and when the girl came in, it was his doom. So because he tried to speed through it, he hit her, which kind of aligns with the thing I was reading before with the devil, where it's like you pick the shortcut. Could be. I'm wondering too in the future chapters week to week. What if Kazuya thinks he's the wolf, yet Sumi is the wolf by the end of the date, but in a different way? I mean, yes, totally possible. A subversion of roles. I just think what I think could very well happen, a big thing of this, is that Sumi could see a part of Kazuya she didn't know about, and she's not gonna take it as well as you think. You know? I could definitely see that happening, where Sumi's gonna see a part of Kazuya she didn't know about, and she's not gonna like it or something. And I think that would be really fascinating. Like, Kazuya literally looks different, and Sumi doesn't like it. That'd be kind of fascinating. Kazuya... I think the whole point is that Kazuya thinks he's like, Kazuya keeps treating himself like the victim, so he needs to realize he's the wolf. That's why I'm saying, like, there's a very real chance by the end of this arc, Kazuya could realize he's been the problem the whole fucking time. He's been his own bad guy. So, I do think that's very possible. Kazuya crashing out, showing the wolf inside him. Yeah, I do think by the end of this, it's going to be Kazuya accepting he's the bad guy. And then he needs to change, and it scares Sumi, little red hood. Kazuya crashing out shows the wolf inside him. Kazuya like getting angry or getting emotional or something could freak Sumi out. I'm curious about like the sexual stuff. Like maybe Kazuya like almost kisses Sumi or something. And she like pushes him away and he gets mad about it. That could be interesting. And Sumi could just be or maybe he gets mad at Sumi for assuming she's leading him on or something. Maybe on a date with Sumi, hopefully that he meets Chizuru. I could see Kazuya like, my bet is that by the end of this day, Kazuya is gonna do something terribly wrong. And it's not gonna be something that like ruins his character, but it's gonna be very in character for Kazuya. And it's gonna result in Kazuya like accepting the fact that like he is the villain in the picture. And that he needs to change, otherwise he's gonna keep fucking hurting people. But he's gonna not know how to change, and he's gonna keep trying to atone to Sumi, but he can't, and he has to go to atone to Chizuru first. Kazuya isn't being intentionally shitty. I think it's too entangled in his trauma to see what he's doing. That doesn't excuse it. That's not an excuse. Like, I'm sorry, there comes a point where that's no longer an excuse. There comes a point where that excuse doesn't work anymore. Okay, like, I'm going to use an extreme case here. I understand this is a bit of a hyperbole. If I have a trauma that resulted in me, like, physically reacting to someone, and I hurt that person, yes, there comes a point, like, yeah, it is a trauma response, but I still hurt that person. And I tried to like lower it as much as possible. I could have used a much worse like analogy, but the point is that like there comes a point where you have to do something to address your trauma so that doesn't keep happening. There comes a point where you have to take a bit of responsibility over your trauma where that doesn't keep happening, because the problem is Kazuya is aware he has a trauma. If it's at the very beginning, if it's like he doesn't know he has a problem, then it's like not so bad. Where it's like you can somewhat excuse it then, because okay, he doesn't know he has a problem. It's okay, he's still struggling. This is the excuse I can kind of use a little bit in the 3-month time skip. In the 3-month time skip, I can somewhat excuse Kazuya because he doesn't know he really has a problem, right? He's too traumatized. He just needed some space to heal. By this point, he's had a lot of time to heal. People have put in effort. Everyone has fucking tried, and he's doubling, tripling down. He's digging his heel even deeper. And he has to recognize he has a fucking problem. He's the one choosing not to move forward to the future. He's the one choosing the past. He's the one picking the devil. It's easier for him to do this. He's the one making choices that result in him being a victim. And in turn, making others abusers. Yes, Ruka still made her choice. She's still also a kid. Ruka absolutely 100% sexually assaulted Kazuya. She's also still a kid, and he let her into his house, knowing she had tried to do this in the fucking past. There's no excuse for that. That isn't an excuse. The Minnie being an enabler does not excuse that. Minnie enabling him to do this bad behavior is not a fucking excuse. It is still ultimately a problem that he is causing, and he has to recognize that. And he's not. He's choosing not to. Like, at the very least, with Denji, for instance, he came to recognize he is a bit of a problem, and then he doubled down on the issue. But the issue is that Denji has, like, no support. He's literally a victim trapped in the cycle of addiction and obsession. And it's not solving anything for him. Kazuya is also trapped in a similar cycle. The problem is he does have people. He's just choosing not to reach out to them. And he's been isolating a lot more and more. And someone has to step in eventually, and he's going to have to confront himself, and someone will have to step in and help him. These problems are not going to go away, they're just going to hit a breaking point. And eventually Kazuya is going to like have to realize he can't solve this on his own. He needs Chizuru. He needs other people other than just Chizuru. He needs other people in their lives to start solving their fucking problems, because it's not going to just fucking happen. And Minnie isn't helping, but at the same time, he's choosing to listen instead of going to Chizuru and finding what's real, what the real truth is. Exactly. Trauma is the denial of truth. It's so much more comfortable to be trapped in trauma. Yeah, but how long can she use the excuse of being a kid? Who, Minnie? Or Ruka? Well, that's the thing. No. I'm literally telling you for Ruka, if you're referring to Ruka, I'm assuming you're referring to Ruka. It is, you're correct. It is in part an excuse. It is in part unacceptable. It's both. Every single thing in this story is both. It is paradoxical. It is by design. It is you contending with the fact that two things can coexist and it is not mutually exclusive. One, she is ultimately still a minor. Two, she still did the thing and it's unacceptable. Do you see what I'm saying? She still did the thing and it's unacceptable. And she has to recognize that what she did is unacceptable and it is a relationship ending thing. And that's it. Their relationship is fucking over. She got lucky. She's a girl and she's a kid and she gets to fucking get away with it because society won't judge her. And nothing's gonna fucking happen to Ruka. And she has to recognize that privilege. This acts as a direct mirror to Kazuya, who does not recognize his own privilege as a man. That he gets to get away with a lot of shit because he's a dude. But he's so busy looking at the privilege of the women around him that he doesn't see his own privilege. He's so busy looking at all that other privilege, he doesn't see his own privilege. And how he's abusing that privilege. And how he's victimizing himself. And that's why I'm saying the problem is for Ruka is that he let her into the house having seen a pattern of her doing this in the past. He in part chose to be a victim. And again, that sounds like victim blaming, and I understand, but it's not. Kazuya is a victim, 100%. But he also victimized himself. That is also true. In that same way, he's also in many ways an abuser. And in some ways, he has like predatory tendencies. Like I've been trying not to say it for a while now, but he absolutely has a lot of predatory tendencies. Where he keeps like checking out the girls around him in like uncomfortable ways, and it's like you feel like he's using them. And that's absolutely present with Ruka, where like on one hand, Ruka sexually assaulted him. On the other hand, he's kind of using her. Because he looks at her skirt like all the fucking time, but then he says he doesn't want to be with her and he wants to break up with her. But he doesn't end the relationship. So it definitely feels like, okay, this is a bit predatory, dude. And I don't think you see that. And that's why I'm saying, like, the allegory, or sorry, the analogy we used of Little Red Riding Hood, and Sumi literally being Little Red Riding Hood, and Kazuya possibly being the wolf in this instance, is very, very important. That he's literally the wolf in this situation. And he doesn't even realize it. Ruka undoubtedly knew he didn't want to be with her in that way. Kazuya could have cut all contact, but to be fair, he tried breaking up before. She didn't believe him. No, he didn't. We've said this before. We have talked about this in very deep detail. He gave her the choice. When he tried to break up with Ruka in the past, he gave her the choice. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. That is not the real world. I understand. You think the right thing should be you tell this someone you're not interested and they just stop. That's not the real world. People don't just stop. You're ignoring a core factor of the flaw that is the human character. When you tell someone no, they are not going to stop. You have to make them stop. That is why we set boundaries. That is why we have to do certain things. This is why we have to actually go out of our way to create like a environment where that doesn't fucking happen. Okay? And that is the problem with the Ruka situation. He told her he doesn't love her. He didn't say, I'm done, no, goodbye. He needed to cut her off. He needed to not give her the option. It is your feelings, it is not hers. Don't give her the option. Cut her out. He doesn't do this. He doesn't recognize he didn't do this. You also conveniently forgot to mention, he conveniently lets her touch him that whole time. He lets her touch him. He lets her walk into his house. He doesn't stop her from doing anything. He's physically stronger than her. He could just push her out of the house. And just be like, no, this is unacceptable. Please get the fuck out. Doesn't do this. No. There comes a point where trying is not enough. You have to do something. That is unacceptable. Kazuya doesn't do this. That is the simple truth, okay? Ruka does not take no for an answer. That is on Ruka. Yes, But it is also on Kazuya to make sure that it doesn't matter what Ruka feels about the situation, he pushes her out. But they are in a relationship. Does he want to end the relationship or not? Period. Period. You end the relationship and you get it the fuck out. You don't want her in your house. You don't want her sexually assaulting you. End the fucking relationship. And I don't mean just end it. I mean cut some fucking contact. Like seriously, the Kazuya's issue with Ruka is he doesn't fucking cut contact. And that's the sad thing is that Kazuya needs to accept he's the bad guy in order for him to actually realize how good of a guy he actually kind of is. The whole point of the current narrative is to accept the bad guy. Because the bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad guy. In accepting our darkness, we accept that we need to change. He is Scrooge McDuck. Kazuya is Scrooge McDuck. He needs to fucking change. Dude gotta use his fucking wealth to open a fucking restaurant or some shit. Okay, Zangief. That's Zangief's theme. I'm a Zangief main. If you didn't know, I'm a Zangief main. It's also spelled with an I. Zangief. 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 Fucking love Zangief, dude. But yeah, that's like a whole other thing. I do definitely think like with Sumi, Kazuya is gonna have to realize he's the villain in the picture. Kazuya is the one who lacks the balls to end the relationship just as that. It's not just it's not lacking balls. It's not lacking balls. It's rather understanding that you have to make a really hard choice. It's not about lacking balls. It's like you have to be incredibly decisive about how you do it. Not just I'm sorry, break up with me. It's not the problem is Kazuya leaves all of his choices to other people. Kazuya's issue is he leaves all of his choices to other people. That's not lacking balls. That's not recognizing how that's like robbing yourself of control. I just don't. The reason I'm countering what you're saying is because I don't like this idea of like, you don't have the balls to do what you need to do. Like, I'm just not a big fan of that idea because that's not Kazuya's issue. It's not about balls. It's like coming to terms that you have to make a hard decision. It is uncomfortable and it's tough. And to simplify it to, you don't got the balls to do it. That you make it sound like that. Like if you say that to me, I might just react and do it, but I didn't actually do it. See what I mean? I might just react to what you say and go through with it, but then I didn't actually come to terms with my decision and I didn't make it fully knowing what it means. That's what I'm saying. It's not simply balls. It's you got to make a very hard and uncomfortable choice. That's not about having balls. Like, I feel like that's a little different from that. It seems the same, but I think it's a little different. It's about being a grown-up. It's about learning how to grow the fuck up. And I think that's a little different from having balls. Because you can get a little bit of confidence and look like you got a lot of fucking balls. But having the confidence to do the hard thing, that's not easy. But yeah. There's a chapter where he drops the house key for Chizuru in front of Ruka, right? So careless. Yeah, oh yeah, that's like a whole thing. The entire sexual assault thing literally happens because of that. I'm not even remotely kidding you. It's literally a domino effect. Because he drops the keys, Ruka picks up the keys. Because Ruka picks up the keys, she sees a key to his house that he lies to Ruka about, by the way. He tells Ruka it's to this house that he's currently in right now. And he then tells Ruka she's the first person in this house. He lets Ruka hold the key and then tells her it's okay to have it's okay to get a keychain for it. He makes a crucial mistake here, and it shows perfectly his carelessness with Chizuru. He's neglecting Chizuru. What do I mean by this? He lets Ruka hold the key that has Chizuru's keychain that she specifically got for him. And what does Ruka do? She takes it off as Ruka has always done. Ruka always tries to replace herself with Chizuru, and here she literally does it unknowingly. Unknowingly, Ruka takes off Chizuru's keychain and tries to put her own. And she was gonna just toss that shit. Like, completely inconsiderate. And Kazuya just doesn't process this. It showed that Kazuya didn't really care about the key, the fact that he would just casually hand it to Ruka. And then when he almost loses the key, then he starts worrying. Then he starts giving a shit. And he freaks out, trips over himself, and falls on top of Ruka. It shows the toxic nature of their relationship where Ruka in many ways caused Kazuya to fall on top of her, which resulted in her feeling this way, but it also only happened because Kazuya was so careless and neglectful of the thing he seemingly said he cared about, resulting in falling between Ruka's legs, which ultimately triggers her desire to have sexual contact with him. And then he lets her into his house. Right after that happened. And when they haven't been together in a house in like a fucking month. What do you think was going to happen? It's almost like he literally created a domino effect in being so neglectful of Chizuru and the key. Confidence and bravery aren't always the same thing. Well, yeah, you can be brave, but not be confident. I can be brave and not be confident. Because I can, like, confidence is like literally solidity in yourself. That is what confidence is. It is solidity in yourself. You are sure of yourself. That is what real confidence is. And it is not ego, where it's like selfish ego. You know, it's like a balance of ego and a sense of self. Or I guess that's what ego is. It's a balance of ego and I guess that's the best way. It's like a balance of ego and body. Maybe that's the best way I could put confidence. Whereas bravery, it's like I can be brave in the moment. Like in the moment, I drank a little bit enough and I'm a little bit braver now. Doesn't mean I'm confident. Those are like two completely different things. Okay, I might need a small break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm getting a little sweaty. I'm kind of hungry, so I might take a small break. And then what I'll do is that we'll maybe read what Jojo Maniacal has to say. See if there's anything else. I might read Potato. Potato writes some interesting stuff. Okay, so I'll take a small break. We'll read a few bit more. And then we can play some Kingdom Hearts 2. Actually, question. Should I start Kingdom Hearts 2 today, or should I start it tomorrow? The only reason I ask is I'm just not sure. I don't know if I should take the day to myself or something. I don't know. I'm going to go check on my mom, see how she's doing, see if she wants to hang out, and then maybe I'll decide. So give me a little bit. Make a poll. Okay, sure. KH2 today or tomorrow? Today. Tomorrow. Okay. You guys check out the poll while I go take a small break. He is the cause of his own suffering in some ways. In like almost every way. In like almost every fucking way. He's the cause of his own fucking suffering. A lot of us are. That's the whole point. Sorry for the wait. Let me just set up my phone. What'd I miss? So it looks like most people want me to stream it tomorrow, which kind of works. I feel kind of tired. All right. Yeah, thinking about it, I wasn't really feeling Kingdom Hearts all that much today anyway. Okay, we're back. I have returned. Watashi ga kita. If you think about your theory of the double climax of the anime, then the kiss could be around chapter 426, the end of the next volume. What kiss? What kiss are we referring to? Like Kazuya trying to kiss Sumi? See, I'm curious how long this entire date is gonna be. I'm really curious how long this entire date's gonna be. Because I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I think next chapter might give us an idea of the length of this date. I think next chapter we might get an idea of how long this date is supposed to be. Also, the entire cherry motif. I wonder if Sumi's clothes are black or if they're red. I wonder if we're gonna get a like an explanation or you know what do they call the outfit breakdown. I hope we get an outfit breakdown because I'd like to know what color Sumi's clothes are. Like, are they actually black? You know? Or are they red? What's the color here? Because so far it's just black. You know, they just look like they're black, which, you know, Gothic Lolita makes a lot of sense. But I am still very curious. I'm also curious why right here she's not wearing a ribbon. Like, what is this thing? You know, we're a little too in the dark. There's a lot of symbolism I feel like I missed. What the hell is Minnie wearing? Oh, those are her socks. Huh. Look at Minnie's clothes. They all have those like weird eyes. Like a weird shadowed out eyes. And also, a Japanese fan said that her ears are not cat ears, they're fox ears. Which, yep. My fox theory is coming more and more true. Minnie. Oh yeah, I was wondering what's the point of Minnie's outfit here. This cover looks very reminiscent of the date. Where in the date, what Reiji did is that when they were on the date, what Reiji did is that he would always show like images of other characters doing other things, but that somehow related to the chapter in some way. I'm curious how this cover connects to the chapter. You know, like why is it Minnie having her picture taken? And what did it say actually? Now that I think about it, what were the translations for the cover with Minnie? There might be some hidden meaning there, so let me see if I can find it. Are those moons? I didn't even think of that. Are those moons or are they eyes? I thought they were like eyes. God, he is a slob. Look at this man. He's a fucking slob. Oh. Us intentionally only seeing Minnie's fox ear. I don't know. I don't know if it's a moon. It just looks weird. It just looks too weird to be a moon. But the fact that we intentionally see Minnie's fox ear here is really intentional, because what does she say? She made it sound like a heavy responsibility. I couldn't help but wonder if she'd ever fall in love with anyone. She's selling Kazuya the illusion. What are you seeing here? You only see her ear, the illusion. So this, I think, is the idea here, is that Minnie is taking this picture because she's creating an illusion. She's a fox spirit. Here, I'll look it up one sec. I have a translation from a good source. The perfect day for a nyan nyan photo shoot. So cat-like. So it's a cat photo shoot. Nyan nyan. Oh, it's also chapter 418, which is Minnie's number. Why nyan nyan? Why the cat motif? We have Minnie's cat motif contrasted by Sumi's cherry motif. Why? I don't understand. Well, okay, well, this is supposed to be a cat, so not a fox. This is supposed to be a cat, not a fox. Aren't foxes in Japanese tricksters in the different forms? Some foxes are tricksters, in particular kitsunes. Kitsune foxes are tricksters. But then there are fox gods that are like not tricksters. It really does depend. Minnie has always been shown as a kitsune, so maybe this is my interpretation. Maybe she's a fox pretending to be a cat. So she's taking cat pictures, but she's actually a fox. But that's just my theory. I could be wrong. That's just my theory. I could be wrong. She's a fox pretending to be a cat. It's also interesting that it's kind of implied that it happened the same day as her going to Kazuya because of the same ears. You mean from last chapter? Yeah. I'm just not sure about like the... Usually the covers have some sort of meaning. Usually the covers have some sort of meaning and some sort of connection to the chapter itself. And I just don't know. Also, here it is. Like, this is what I was saying before, where, look, Minnie, the person we were reading their analysis earlier was saying Minnie was giving Kazuya advice not to do this. And yet here's Minnie literally cheering him on when he says he's going to do this thing. Which, like, okay, if she doesn't want Kazuya to do this thing, why the fuck is she cheering him on to do it? It's almost like she actually wants him to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if I can figure out what the cover is about, I can maybe figure out what the chapter's about. Because I feel like I haven't fully grasped the chapter. Taking a picture. It's like we took a picture of Sumi here. She's picture perfect. Is that the idea behind the chapter? Is that it looks picture perfect? Everything looks picture perfect. It sounds picture perfect. God, I'm about to fucking sneeze. Give me a sec. Honey. Love. Give me 1 sec. Be right back. Won't take long. Sorry about that. Where were we? Sorry about that. Maybe the difference between perfect and imperfect is the Sumi represents the perfect, while Chizuru represents the imperfect. I don't know. That seems weird. Sumi presents external perfection. She's not actually perfect. Sumi is like much more flawed. It's less perfect and imperfect in how we present ourselves as a facade. That I'm kind of leaning a little more towards. Right, the presentation of a facade. So like how we present ourselves. So okay, a big motif of this chapter is strong words. So much of it is around talking and saying certain things. So if your words are not backed up by your actions, then it's not necessarily like the real thing. In that same way, if we look at Minnie presenting herself for a picture, then that aligns well with how Kazuya appears to Minnie here, and then 2 seconds later he appears like this. So maybe the entire chapter is about presentation and facades and how you look, how you present yourself. Okay, I like that. I can get behind that idea. So a lot of the chapter is about presentation, how you present certain ideas. This even aligns with Ruka. When we see Ruka, she's in a picture. She's presenting herself doing a dance. Right? So that seems to be the whole idea. It's like how you appear in front of people versus how you appear when you're alone. How you appear when you're in front of a close person, and how you appear versus when you're interacting with a date, quote unquote. Right? So how Sumi interacts with Kazuya on a date is not the same as how Kazuya interacts with Sumi when he's at home. Okay. The boyfriend in love, the camera represents the investigation itself. Everything in their relationship is being captured and judged just like a street photo. Dig a little harder into that. Something about that is weird. Specifically the childish version of her too. Is it childish? It doesn't look childish. It just looks cute. So something being captured in a photo. I do think you're onto something. I don't know about the camera represents the investigation per se. Something's being captured in a photo, so like there's love in standing on your head. There's love in having your picture taken. Memories flash in Kazuya's head like a photo that he can't erase. There's a picture being taken in contrast to a video being sent. Ruka sends him a video. Minnie takes a picture. Minnie seemingly took a picture of Kazuya here. A lot of reaching here, but there's some lore in Japan of fox spirits taking possessions of humans like a niniko. Yeah, no, I know. With Minnie, it's more so being used to convey illusions, but that's the thing is like it's seemingly telling you she's a cat, but they kind of look like fox ears. So is she a fox or a cat? You can't tell. Right? You want to think she's a cat, but you can't tell because she's lying. She's not being honest. But it's kind of also like a cat where the cats are like not honest. You know, they kind of stare at you and stuff like that. Maybe it's meant to represent Minnie's loneliness because like cats can get kind of lonely, so Minnie is kind of lonely in this instance. Could be. I think it's like the way we want to be perceived versus our true selves, but that these facades are a form of love. And that change in the perspective is as well as being upside down empathy, right? Wait, what? Maybe just rewrite that last part. That was confusing. We want to be perceived versus our true selves, but that these facades are a form of love. Well, yes, when you care this much about something, when you put on these facades and how you appear, it is okay, I get it. Minnie dressing up like this is an expression of her love. Just as Kazuya standing on top of his head like this is an expression of his love. Just as Kazuya, what is it? Where's the other one? There's one more. Just as Kazuya doing breakdancing or flipping out and losing his shit is a form of love. All of this care and expression of something and like going out of your way to do this thing is an expression of your love. Just as, finally, the thing that connects all of this together, Sumi dressing up, doing the surprise here, the way she's expressing and acting around Kazuya is a form of love. Okay, so this is literally... okay, I think I understand what this chapter is about. This is about what love looks like. This is about what love looks like. What forms love can take. Just as a fox can make you think that you just got love. You got what you wanted, right? The fox gave you love. Then the fox becomes a cat. And that in of itself is an expression of its love. Right? So Sumi dressing up and having... or not Sumi, Minnie dressing up and having her picture taken is literally an expression of the thing that she loves. This picture has love. Because she put all this effort in, she's expressing her love for this thing. So it's literally her love having its picture taken. So it's how you present your love and what your love looks like. Even in the stupidest thing, there is love. Okay. So being upside down is like changing your perspective and that empathy by viewing others in a different perspective. Yes. But it's also directly connected to when Because remember, what does Kazuya hear in this chapter? He hears how Mini asked Chizuru a hypothetical. What happens in that hypothetical? When Chizuru answers, the world flips over. The entire world flips over when Chizuru answers the question. What happens here? You have Kazuya literally flip over. So it's about how love appears to you. And by changing your perspective, you can realize that, like, love was already there to begin with. What does Sumi do in the end of the chapter? She closes Kazuya's eyes and then opens them, literally changing his perspective on the thing that was already in front of him. Sumi changed his perspective. Okay, so it's literally about how you view the thing that defines whether it is love or not. Not what it not like an actual objective definition. Love can be anything. You can find it's pretty much the thing I was saying yesterday. I was pretty much saying this in last stream, but I didn't realize that was like the theme of the chapter. Now I kind of see how it's the theme of the chapter. You kind of brought it together for me, Crystal. So yeah, that I see how that all kind of clicks together a little bit. Where like, yeah, last chapter I was essentially saying something really, or not last chapter, last stream, I was essentially saying something really similar, where like love can be found in anything, even rental, which is ironic because considering that's something Minnie herself said, that love can be found anywhere. That's something Chizuru herself said. Even Kazuya, like the whole idea of like Ruka's feelings for Kazuya is like Kazuya boils them down to Ruka being a temptress, but Ruka does actually love Kazuya. Like, what you're seeing with Ruka is the dark side of love, that even when you love someone, you can do something as horrible as sexually assault them. Yes, you can. Unfortunately. Like, we would like to think that is devoid of love now. No, that is unfortunately still love. Love can be fucked up. Abso-fucking-lutely. Love absolutely can be fucked up. And that is literally what's happening with Ruka. Ruka, to me, is the dark side of love, where your love has become so warped and twisted that it's kind of lost its meaning. But in many ways, it's still actually also your love. Like, if you look in the mirror, it's still you, just dark and twisted. It's still love. Mommy loves Kazuya. It's twisted and kind of fucked up, but it's love. Because love is an emotion of affection and care and caring about this thing. But that's not necessarily the love that, because love does not sustain a relationship. Because love can be fickle, it can fade, it can change. It is inherently tied to desire. So, yeah, I think Ruka is meant to represent like the dark side of love, but also the innocence of love. So, for example, love can be pure and still be kind of fucked up. You know, love can be pure and still kind of be fucked up. So when you look at Ruka from this perspective, she looks pretty cute. She doesn't look like she just fucking sexually assaulted someone. Right? From the way Ruka appears here, it looks completely different from the way it looked before. And yet Kazuya calls her a temptress. In contrast, you look at how Sumi appears, how Sumi presents love, and this works perfectly because so much of the date with Chizuru was literally about presentation. How Kazuya dresses for the date, how Chizuru dresses for the date. Oh my god, I didn't even think about this. How does the date with Chizuru start? It literally starts with what? Who remembers how the date starts? Who remembers the very first thing we see? Like, literally the very first thing we see when we open the chapter. That's right. A whole lot of fucked up rain. You look at this. This doesn't look like a good date, does it? Oh, this date gonna suck. And yet the date was great. For the most part, the date was great. Right? All about presentation. This doesn't look like it's gonna be a great fucking date. And then what happens? Kazuya dresses up. Right? Kazuya literally dresses up. He puts on his clothes. He dresses. He appears a certain way. And then when he goes to meet Chizuru, we're all anticipating how Chizuru is going to look. We're all excited to see how Chizuru is going to look for the date. How you present yourself. This also directly connects to something Chizuru herself said. Oh my god, it's all there. Reiji, you crazy fucking bastard. Reiji, you crazy fucking bastard. Right here. Oh, I think it's the one before this. Okay. You okay? Where'd you go? Are you okay? Okay, go get some rest. Clothes, huh? I bought a few new outfits, but none of them feel right for a theme park. Maybe he really was shopping for the date. I guess that's obvious. He says he loves me after all, but I don't want him to go beyond his means. No matter what kind of clothes he wears, I doubt will come to change how I feel about him. If that's the case, then why am I buying clothes? Is it because I don't want him to hate me? Do I want him to think I'm cute? Out of all these choices, do I want clothes that I like or do I want clothes that someone else likes? If the former isn't love, then is the latter love? Is that really true? What exactly is love? How you present yourself and how you want to be seen and perceived is of in itself a form of love. So how many wishes to be perceived by the camera that is taking her picture is a form of love. Just as how Kazuya stands on top of his head thinking about Chizuru is a form of love, or Kazuya breakdancing is a form of love. Or how Sumi dresses to make Kazuya like her is of in itself a form of love. It could be a love for him, it could be a love for her job, it could be a love for anything. Her going out of her way to surprise him, the little act of affection that she shows when she surprises him, that is a form of love. She said love in that word. In that instance, that this boo had more impact than Chizuru saying she would date Kazuya. But her saying she would date him is maybe in its own way a form of love. What makes Chizuru saying she would date Kazuya any different from what he's had before? What makes that any different from when he rented her? Does that mean when he rented her there was no love? Or was there love? This is love. Okay. Starting to piece it together. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta do something really quick. Just have a quick task, and then I'll be right back. Feel free to share some of your thoughts. I see no one wrote anything. Is what it is. Okay, so we got that idea. Let's go to... We're going to read JoJo Maniacal stuff. Maybe I'll make this the last thing. I'm getting a little tired. The chapter is about how love can be shown in a myriad of ways and how those ways call back to the actions of all the various characters. But it's also about perspective and how we miss intentions. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I would add my own thoughts, but I'm a little tired and sleepy. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Maybe Reiji is implying that the characters are fixating too much on the external factors, the way you look, the way you present yourself, instead of working on the internal shit that matters. Yes for Kazuya. Yes for Sumi. Yes for everyone. But also how that is still love. I think that's the paradox. Is like, yeah, that's still an expression of love, but it's also, yeah, you're not working on the internal. So in many ways, you're not fully presenting yourself, maybe? It's still love. But it's not like... But that doesn't negate the problems either. Just because you feel love, it doesn't mean it doesn't negate your problems either. Maybe that's how we can look at it. So I think both statements from Crystal and Roman would be kind of correct, where it's like, yes, we are absolutely looking on the external, while at the same time the external is also an expression of your love. To deny the external purely for the internal would be to deny love, just as denying light and darkness is like not going to work, just as denying actions and words doesn't work. So all of these things are directly connected. It's like, yes, how you appear is still part of your love. But if you just focus purely on how you appear, it doesn't matter. Your actions and your internal is something you also have to work on to express your love. Let's see here. Different forms of love. A girl posing for a camera. This is performative love. Mommy reactive love. I mean, you posing doesn't necessarily mean you're performing. You can pose for a pretty picture. I sent you something on Discord about the traffic signs. Wow, I am very sleepy. What does this say? What? Oh, yeah, there was... I forgot. I did notice those, too. When Sumi opens his eyes, there's traffic signs. Yeah, there's like signs saying don't do this, don't do that. Translate. God, I'm too tired to even write translate correctly. Fuck me. I sent you something. They are traffic signs. Okay. Yeah, that you didn't. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, good catch. This is all part of love, but working on the external for the sake of love will never be the true form of love that the internal can offer. I think rather maybe it's less that it's not the true form of love and maybe not like... This is making you question, like... Not that this is a true form of love or anything like that, but rather that love is all of these things and not them either, if that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like Reiji's not trying to talk about any true form of love. I think he's trying to say all of this is love, but in a relationship, you have to learn how to, like, I don't know. It's like in a relationship, it's not purely defined by just love. It's defined by sharing these things. So you feel all of these things, right? You feel all of these things. All of these things are love. If you love all of these things, you would want to share them with someone. So that is definitely something that's happening in the opening page, where Minnie taking a picture here is her sharing that love with someone, right? what is Kazuya not doing in this entire portion? Everything that he's doing, everything that he feels, that is a form and an expression of his love. He's just not sharing it. So if you don't share your love, it makes you question, do you really love this? Or do you really love the person that you don't, like, if you don't share this with that person, do you really love them? If all of these things are an expression of your love, every time you love something, you want to share it. That's what Minnie's doing here. She's taking a picture because she wants to share it. She wants to share in this love with someone. She wants to share this experience with this person. That's the whole point of the picture, in my opinion. So if you feel all of these things, but you don't share them with anybody, right? What does Ruka do? She shares a picture. She shares a video of herself with Kazuya because she loves him. What does Kazuya say? How am I ever going to tell Chizuru? You share that with her. You share everything you've been showing us. So the answer in this chapter is literally in plain view. Oh, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of this chapter. The answer is literally in plain view. You just have to be able to notice what you're looking at. Minnie is sharing her love here. The love is pretty fucking obvious. You don't right. Kazuya says, what should I do? Just share it. Kazuya questions, what should I do? Here's the answer right there. You share it. You share what you're feeling. You share what you're saying, because that in of itself is an expression of your love. If you truly love someone, you share these things with them. Okay, there it is. Now it's starting to kind of click. Okay, so that's the whole idea. It's about sharing it. What does Sumi do? She shares this experience of Boo with Kazuya by literally touching him, by physically interacting with him. She shares an experience with him. She wanted to surprise him, and she surprised him in putting her hands over him, not in the Boo. This is merely her sharing with him something. And what does Kazuya do? Kazuya puts on his cap to share an experience with Sumi, because she recognizes him. And yet he never does this with Chizuru. Do you see the irony? All of this entire chapter is about connection and sharing. How you present your love and you sharing that love is the point. The one thing Kazuya is not doing. He keeps asking this question he already knows the answer to. He literally shows the answer right here. The way Kazuya presents himself here is specifically for Sumi, not for Chizuru. The way Kazuya is dressed here, the way Kazuya is presented here, very specifically for Sumi. It is an expression of his love. Yet why does he not do this for Chizuru? Do you see the point? That is what this chapter is about. Presentation and how you share that with someone. The way you present yourself conveys what you want to share. That is the answer to Chizuru's question. How you present yourself is what you want to share with this person, not specifically just to make them like you. Right? So you can dress in the way that you want to express to the person that, hey, I want you to like this version of me. And I want to share this version of me with you. So that's what you convey to that person when you dress for a date. Or you dress for an event to go with. If you dress too casually and you don't care, you're conveying to this person, I don't care about you. If you convey, no, he also did it for Chizuru in the date. Not really. What do I mean by this? The way he dressed for the date was not really conveying the things that he claimed it was conveying. He spent a lot of big money on the date, not to really convey his commitment. So, for example, he bought these shoes that really matter to him to convey how committed he is to Chizuru. Now look at these shoes. Everything he presented to Chizuru in the date was a facade. Right? Everything he presented to Chizuru in the date was more of a facade. It was just him trying to look cool, and she told him he looked cool. But the way Chizuru dressed for the date was conveying something to him. It was something she wanted to share with him. Like I read before for that little thing I wrote, it wanted to convey to him her sincere and heartfelt emotions and her apology for what she did. So much of the date is her saying sorry. So much of the date is her trying to convey and share her emotions with him, no matter how flawed they are. So much of it is just literally her trying to share something with him. It's literally written in her clothes. The clothes literally convey that. In contrast, Kazuya's clothes don't really convey these things. They convey like the the hidden underlying meaning, right? But like not really what he's actually doing, right? So he says he's like committed to her, but that half the date he spends not really being with her. So the clothes end up being paradoxical. He spends all this money to convey to Chizuru, I want to spend on everything in this date. I don't want to share this with you. I want to spend on everything on the date. I want you to think I'm some big cash cow, cool looking dude. Everything about his clothes convey power. Everything about his clothes convey he wants to be seen as cool. It's desperate. It's kind of sad, if anything. And it reflects his own tragedy as a character, that he wasn't conveying, this is the version of me I wanted you to like. He's conveying to her that I want to be liked for this external part of myself, not the actual me. It's not that he's not committed, it's more that he came to the date with different goals. No, he's not really committed. And what I mean by this is that, yes, he's dedicated to Chizuru, but he's not actually like talking and interacting with her. Therefore, is he actually committed to her? He's like barely present in the date. He's like barely fucking talking to her. Most of the time, it's an own head. No, I can't agree with that. That's fair. We don't have to agree. But it doesn't feel like Kazuya is as committed as he says he is. He's literally taking short-term goals. Most of the date is literally just him taking really short-term goals. That's the whole point. Is that he picks clothes and cool words to say and cool things to do instead of the real thing. And then that's contrasted by when he has really small and intimate moments with her. Where he like comes more and more to terms with his feelings. And it's like, okay, are you going to share that? He doesn't. Did you notice that? All those beautiful and super heartfelt moments he has in his head, does not say a single word to her. He never says any of these words to her. It makes you question, okay, are you in love with her or do you fear her? And I think Kazuya just has not come to terms with that. So if anything, it makes you question his commitment, because it's not a rather like, oh, Kazuya's going to betray Chizuru. Rather, it's more of a, who are you actually committed to? Are you committed to the Chizuru in your head or the Chizuru in front of you? And that's what I mean about commitment. I'm not saying, oh, he's gonna cheat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, Kazuya's gonna cheat. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying the commitment he's trying to convey to her is a false commitment. It's not a real one. A real commitment would be the willingness to be honest with yourself about what you want, and he's not doing that. He's not really being honest about what he wants. And that's what I'm trying to refer to in terms of, like, commitment. That he's not actually... And that's the thing, too. She fucking kissed him. He didn't come back. He kept doubting her. He kept not doing anything. He never took any initiative. In the date, like, there are so many times he could have just been like, hey, can I hold your hand? Can I touch you? Can I do any of this? Nope. In fact, the entire date is literally him spent missing these super important moments he actually wanted to see. So, for instance, a good example is when he goes on the Wild River with Minnie, and then he goes on the Wild Wings with Minnie, and then he goes on the Wild River with Chizuru. When he's on the Wild River when he's on the Wild Wings with Minnie, he sees how Minnie reacts to when they do like the fist pump, and he's like, oh, I wonder how Chizuru's gonna react. And it literally happens in the date, and he misses it. You're intentionally shown it, and he doesn't see it. He completely misses it. It's the thing he wanted to see. It's intentionally shown to you, and he doesn't process it. So, in many ways, Kazuya is, like, not committed to really actually being in a relationship with Chizuru. That's what I mean. He's not actually committing to a relationship with her. And that's what I'm referring to in terms of commitment. I'm not referring to infidelity. That's not what I'm talking about. He literally doesn't commit to a relationship with her. She literally fucking kisses him and he never calls. Like, bro, She fucking kissed you. What the fuck are you doing? He never calls. Do you know what gets him to call? The fact that he might lose her. Yeah, when Umi calls him, he gets scared he might lose her, and then he calls her. It makes you question, was he actually committed to her? Do you actually want to be with her? Or are you very, very comfortable in the status quo? And you don't actually want to change and be committed? The movie arc showed us how committed and devoted he has been to Chizuru until this point. I feel like you want to absolve Chizuru, pointing the blame into Kazuya. You're missing the point here. Kazuya in the movie arc is not this Kazuya. These are two different characters. When you look at movie arc Kazuya and you look at this Kazuya, these are completely different characters. Movie arc Kazuya is like not just committed, he is fucking driven. That dude is driven. That movie arc Kazuya is like it goes way beyond commitment. But that's the thing. Kazuya is having that clash now, where the part of him that loves Chizuru, the part that's dedicated and committed to her, is having a clash with the part of him that's traumatized and running the fuck away. And not actually committing to anything. So, like, he tells himself he's committed because he was before. He's not really committed anymore. And that's the problem. And the reason this is happening is because he doesn't know who the fuck he is. He has no idea who the fuck he is. That's why he doesn't end anything with anyone. He doesn't end his relationship with Ruka despite the fact that he was sexually assaulted. He doesn't end his relationship with Mami despite the fact that he knows he doesn't fucking love her. He doesn't resolve anything with Sumi or anything like that. Or sorry, I guess Mami and that one is like the main thing. And then he doesn't commit to Chizuru. He doesn't set any boundaries with Minnie because he doesn't want Minnie to hate him. Even though Minnie's literally getting on top of his shoulders, and if that was perceived out of any other lens, it would be like, holy fuck, you're cheating, dude. What the shit are you doing? Do you see the problems? He doesn't create boundaries. He doesn't draw any fucking lines. He doesn't commit to any particular decision, including his own. I can agree with some of your points, but I guess I can't agree with your conclusion. For me, it's more about how Kazuya and Chizuru are coming to a date with different objectives and how they can't communicate because of that. Well, no, they can't communicate because they have a broken foundation. They can't communicate because their foundation is fundamentally broken. As for the date, you have to question, why can't Chizuru communicate? And a huge part of it is that Kazuya is putting all this fucking pressure on her. Pressure that he knew he put on her. That's why I'm like of the mindset that Kazuya needs to act first for Chizuru to be able to do something. And the reason this is the case isn't because of just like the woman can't do anything unless the man does something. It's more of the fact that Kazuya is the one who put all this pressure on her. For instance, the ring. The ring is hovering over this entire date. It is haunting this date like a goddamn ghost. And the reason Chizuru can't do anything, he's the one who told her to hold on to the ring. She can't put it on, she can't take it off. She just has to hold it. He knows she has it. He's the one who told her to keep holding on to it. In fact, that was the entire problem with Hawaiians. If Kazuya had just taken the ring, if Kazuya had just like absolved her of some of that fucking guilt, then Mami wouldn't have noticed her with the ring and then used that as a threat. And then held that over her head as a terrible fucking person the entire time. Oh, look, it's almost like that was partially Kazuya's fucking fault. He literally didn't let her give the ring back. And yes, the rejection literally started with the ring. That is literally Kazuya's own actions coming back to haunt him. Because he carelessly chose to ignore that. It is neglect. Do you see why some of the issues? But the ring was a necessary evil too. I don't see how. The ring was literally forced onto Chizuru. Chizuru didn't want it. She said, I don't want it. And then the grandma, like, forced that pressure on her. And then right after, when she wanted to give it back, she's like, I can't hold on to this thing. This isn't fucking right. Kazuya's like, nope, keep holding on to it. And then he just casually forgets that she has the ring. And that comes back to fucking haunt him. Like, bro, you told her to hold on to the ring, and you acted like she didn't fucking have it. Like, bro. And he just completely forgets about this. I don't see how that's like a necessary evil. If anything, that's like unnecessary. And I think that's something Nagomi has to realize, that she's put like all this fucking pressure on Chizuru and all this pressure on Kazuya. And that's a huge part her fault too. It shows commitment. And then what happens when Kazuya looks at the ring? Oh, what happens when Kazuya looks at the ring? Right after Chizuru kisses him, mind you. Because that perfectly proves my fucking point. Kazuya gets in his new home, and he deludes himself into thinking that the kiss means that Chizuru loves him. Okay? What does he say? Mizuhara has to know this too, that now that she's done this, there's no going back. I don't know what kind of change of heart she had. Oh, look, it's Minnie's words. It's like he said that to himself. She had a change of heart. But last night, I could tell she was doing everything not to string me along. She'd never kiss me like that for no reason, right? I know I'm right. He turns to the ring, a literal symbol of commitment, and look at him waver. Oh, look at him start to fall the fuck apart. Is he actually committed? It's almost like he's not actually right. And he knows he's not right. He knows there's room for doubt, and he knows he's not right. That's why he wavers there. That's why he gets a little scared. And then he says, I wonder what Mizuhara is doing right now. Ask her. I want to know. Please tell me. I want to know. Doesn't do it. I think his reaction to the ring is about a doubt of Chizuru, not himself. Exactly. He doesn't trust her. Okay, how can you know you love someone if you don't trust them? Therefore, your commitment is placed into doubt. Okay, you keep saying you love her, you keep saying you want to be with her, you don't fucking trust her. So how can you know you're committed to her? She gave him the symbol of commitment back to him. Yeah, it's all his choice. And he doesn't do anything with it. He literally has the ring. He can just go and fucking propose. And he doesn't do it. He's too afraid to commit. He literally looks at commitment and he can't fucking do it. He doubts her. He doesn't trust her. If anything, if there's one thing you should take away from this arc, it was her choice though. Yeah, she gave him back the ring because she shouldn't be holding on to it. You're not like dissolving any of my points that he's not committing to anything. The ring is in his pocket. He can choose to commit to her now. It is his family ring. It should be his decision. It should not be on her. Period. If anything, Chizuru removed a serious weight off her shoulder. Like, good for her. Good for her. She should not hold on to that ring. That thing's fucked up. She should not hold on to this ring. And now he's feeling that pressure too, and he can't handle it. Oh, look. It almost looks like committing is not really fucking easy, is it? It takes a lot of effort, and she's been bearing that weight on her fucking own, and now you look at it and you can't fucking handle it anymore, can you? Not so easy now, is it? Oh, not so easy now to make a fucking decision, is it? When Chizuru rejected Kazuya, it didn't feel like Kazuya was shocked. It's like he was prepared for rejection. Yeah, we talked about this. Like, there's Varicus wrote a whole essay talking about how Kazuya was pretty much like prepared for rejection. Like, he almost like rejected himself beforehand. That's why Kazuya just looks jaded. Like, he kind of just already knew he was going to be rejected. He kind of just accepted it. Like, he already, like, throughout the entire date, he's already acting like he's been rejected. For the most part. Like, throughout the entire date, he's already acting like he's been fucking rejected. So when he's actually rejected, he almost, like, saw this coming. That's why he's just disappointed. That's why in the end, he's just disappointed. Because there's nothing left. It's all performative. Most of his actions in that date were just an act. How is he supposed to act when she basically says that she's not ready to commit by getting it back? Okay, who said you had to commit? That's the question. You go and test your commitment. You go into the relationship, you talk to her, you sit down, you figure out what you want, and you have to know what it means to actually commit. That's the point. That's the whole idea. Yes, Kazuya shouldn't commit here. You're correct. Kazuya should not commit here. You're correct, but that's the point. His commitment is being tested. because he clearly is not trusting her. There's clearly a broken foundation here. You don't trust her. You don't even believe what you're fucking saying. So you shouldn't just jump in and commit. His commitment is in question, and he needs to question it. And in saying he's just committed forever and ever is stupid, because you have to question your commitment. You have to go and talk to her and question what you're feeling, question the commitment, and be sure what you're jumping into. He's not sure. That's why I'm saying he's not actually committed. He doesn't even trust her. How can you know you're committed to someone when you don't even fucking trust them? How can you know you want to marry someone when you look at the fucking ring and you're not fucking sure? How can you say you're committed to this person when you're constantly doubting your own feelings about everyone else around you? You keep saying you love her, but it's almost becoming an excuse. It's almost like him loving her is an excuse to not feel these dirty feelings for other girls and shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying Kazuya is not actually committed to Chizuru, because he needs to sit down and question his commitment, question his relationship, actually fucking talk to her, raise his doubts, raise his insecurities, talk about these things, convey these things to her. Actually fucking trust your partner and know this is the person you want to fucking marry. Yeah, is blind commitment really commitment? You can be committed to something and you don't know shit about it. So are you really committed to this thing now that you're not sure? Right? So the moment that doubt raises in your head, you start questioning, am I really committed to this thing? Do I really want this thing? This commitment is being placed on doubt. That's a valid form of commitment, but that should be the end of it. But no, are you saying that shouldn't be the end of it? Or should be the end of it? You have to go in partially blind anyway. Well, no. There comes a point where you have to actually start asking questions. Blind commitment is okay at a certain point. Sure, maybe. It is still a form of commitment. You're correct. But that's what I mean. You need real commitment, not blind commitment. Okay? The problem is this is not real commitment. It is blind. You're right. He is committed, but he's blind. He's just kind of following Chizuru along nonstop, but he's blind as fuck. Okay? Are you okay with going in completely blind with blind commitment? Clearly he's not. Clearly he's uncomfortable with blindly committing to Chizuru anymore. He can't handle it. Every single time Minnie just tells him go in blind, he can't fucking do it anymore. He's terrified. It scares the ever-living shit out of him. Therefore, his commitment is in question. You can't have certainty. You can get that for yourself. You can get certainty for what you believe to some degree. Because there are answers to the things Kazuya is uncertain about. There are things you can't get answers for, correct. There's clearly things he can get answers for here. What is Chizuru feeling? What is Chizuru thinking? What can we talk about? I'm worried about this. I'm scared about this. Can you help me feel a little more certain about these feelings? Can you help me not be so scared about the future? There comes a point where you have to start making goals and setting plans and not just walking in blind. That's walking in blind at a certain point, especially when you're an adult, becomes unacceptable because you will fuck up and there will be massive consequences. And it will fuck you up. And Kazuya just cannot come to terms with that. And he has to realize that his commitment is wavering, that he's not certain, that he needs to admit he's not certain, that he's scared, that he can't just jump in with Chizuru anymore. And he has to say this so she can dissuade these things for him. Because she can only know so much. She can only dissuade so much. I think this is good. He has to question her. Because he has to question his love and realize that what he has with her is real. But if he never questions it, never asks, never does anything, he'll never ever know. And Reiji literally said this. Kazuya's problem is simply that he's constantly just asking questions in his head. He literally said this in his Twitter space, where Kazuya's big problem is that he just sits and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks, and then nothing comes of it. And he's never going to get answers. I'm not even kidding. Reiji blatantly said this. He's never going to get answers if he just sits down and thinks forever. That's just never going to happen, and no one's going to give him answers except for Chizuru herself. Even Sumi won't give him the full answers he wants to hear. He only the person who can tell you like what they actually feel. Only that person can tell you what they actually feel. He's a blind man reaching for her goal, and Chizuru wants perfect information, which she can never have. Chizuru doesn't want perfect information. That's the problem. You think she does. She just wants a different way. Chizuru doesn't want perfect information. It's Kazuya who does. Chizuru doesn't actually want perfect info. I really think so. Chizuru doesn't. Chizuru was willing to change her mind as long as it doesn't sound fucking stupid. Everything Minnie says is fucking stupid. Like, I'm betting you right now, if Kazuya had taken even a modicum of like, initiative with Chizuru, she would have figured out her feelings. If he'd taken even a modicum of like, initiative with Chizuru, she would have figured out her feelings. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like Chizuru's problem is that she's been essentially conditioned that she can't fucking do anything. So she's trying to find... You're being essentially tricked into believing that Chizuru is looking for a perfect answer. In reality, every answer she's found has been proven wrong. Because Kazuya doesn't let that be the answer. Therefore, she keeps looking and looking and looking for information that seemingly does not exist. Making you think Chizuru is looking for something perfect. She's not. She's not looking for something perfect. Every answer she's tried to find has ended up being wrong because Kazuya doesn't let it be right. So she gets trapped. And you fall under the illusion that Chizuru's searching for some sort of perfect magical solution when she is fucking not. When Umi is at karaoke, you can see in the chapter that Kazuya doubts Chizuru. Did Umi here declare victory, doubting the July 11th? Clearly, Kazuya does not trust Chizuru. Absolutely, he doesn't fucking trust her for shit. Kazuya needs to talk to Chizuru like a best friend. I mean, yeah, your partner is your best friend. Your partner is literally your best friend. You can talk to them. You can open up about shit. You let them in. They're the person you most trust. You know? And that's absolutely not what Kazuya has with Chizuru. Kazuya thinks what he wants with Chizuru is like some lovey-dovey bullshit where there's no fighting, which is just not real. Ugh. Okay, let's read what Jojo Maniacal says. Kazuya and Chizuru are caught between two different versions of themselves. They are both trying so hard to figure out something right in their face, yet it is utterly impossible for them to figure out this out apart. I think everyone saying that Kazuya is running from issues of Ruka and Mami is wrong. He does not have the capability to understand why they are doing what they are doing. He is suffering from mental block. It's not a lack of effort to understand on his part. He simply cannot understand. I can partially agree. I think both are true. Kazuya is running, and he literally can't understand. That's just a fact. He literally can't understand. You're 100% correct. He literally can't fucking understand. But that's the point. He doesn't put in the effort to try and understand. That's the problem. He knows he doesn't understand, and he doesn't put in the effort to understand. Therefore, he both is incapable of understanding and doesn't put in the effort to learn. Therefore, he is still running away. That is a fact. He is running away. It is easier not to understand. Continuing on, Chizuru is very much the same way. During the cohabitation, no one could fault her for her lack of effort. But despite, and maybe even because of that desperate desire to find a definitive answer to her feelings, she was never able to come up with the answer. Again, it's probably another one of those things where, yeah, it's like a part of it is that, yeah, you're correct. She's trying to find a definitive answer, therefore you're correct. Even they said is like correct. She is searching for an answer to describe her feelings that she'll never find. But at the same time, she literally can't find the answer. So it's kind of like the reverse, where the answer's already in her face and she just can't find it, and she'll never be able to find it if Kazuya doesn't help her. But at the same time, like, how do I describe it? With Chizuru, it's a little more complicated because I gotta like dig a little deeper. With Kazuya, it's a little more blatant and in your face, so it's easier to understand. With Chizuru, it's a little more complicated. So let's read this again. Chizuru is very much the same way. During the cohabitation, no one could fault her for her lack of effort. But, well, a lot of people do, actually. A lot of people do, actually. But despite, and maybe even because of that desperate desire to find a definitive answer to her feelings, she was never able to come up with the answer. Again, I agree, but I feel like there's something missing. It's that Kazuya is running away from an answer, but also unable to understand the answer, and they are not mutually exclusive. Chizuru, you could say technically Chizuru is trying so hard to find an answer that she can't, but at the same time, you could say that she's being stopped from finding her answer because Kazuya doesn't let her. And yet in some ways, she also doesn't maybe... No, she wants to find an answer, but she literally can't because she can't accept herself. There we go. She literally can't find the answer because she can't accept herself. I think that's a good way of looking at that, maybe. Whereas Kazuya runs away from himself, and in so doing, it doesn't resolve any of his problems, his inability to understand. Chizuru wants to understand because she'll never accept herself, she'll never be able to actually see what's clearly in front of her because the person in front of her must be a bad person. In a way, it's teaching Kazuya exactly what Chizuru has been feeling, the guilt she's been under this entire time, this impossible responsibility that's been placed on her shoulders because of her sense of justice, that Kazuya has perpetuated the cycle of and made incredibly worse. There we go. And that's how these things go. We think, agonize, doubt, and fumble miserably through our feelings, being unable to truly bridge the superficial layers of others through thoughts alone. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Connections are forged through feelings that show we are the same kind of mutual moment with another person. But even if you have those mutual feelings, you cannot know that unless the other person is there with you, telling you and experiencing them with you. Oh my god, did he just come to the same fucking conclusion I realized in this chapter? Dude, the fuck? The fuck? Did he just come to the same conclusion we just realized like 4 days prior? Bro, JoJo out here fucking cooking. All of this is the preface towards what the chapter is about. Kazuya is like two different people here. He hears the news about the hypothetical dating scenario and a couple simultaneous with a heavy sense of responsibility. This news both flabbergasts him, but also helps renew his determination towards Chizuru. Not for nothing, Minnie is clearly glossing over some very important details from this conversation. That's the nature of the second-hand information, but also Minnie is deliberately leaving out details too. Minnie's mood is very subdued in this chapter. Last chapter, up until she hears Kazuya catchphrase of determination, and she immediately exits his apartment after hearing this. It's like she wants to renew her faith in what she increasingly sees as impossible. Very much. So she literally has Kazuya renew his faith so she can renew her faith. There's a small visual detail in Minnie's backpack of 2 moons, 2 waning crescent moons, which is the opposite of the typical waxing crescent moons depicted in the series. Waning crescents at the end of... Well, no, I think it's a cat. I low-key think it's a cat. I know that sounds weird, but I low-key think it might be a cat. I don't know. I don't know why it would be a double moon. That's just weird. I don't know why it'd be just 2 moons. That's a little weird. I low-key think it might be a cat or like eyes. Because when I looked at these, I saw eyes. When I looked at these, I kind of saw eyes. Like these things right here. When I looked at this, I saw eyes. I didn't see moon. It looked like the backpack has like eyes and a mouth. That's what I saw. I could be wrong. And then she has those same patterns on her feet. I just don't know about that being a moon. You know, if it's a moon, it should be singular. Why? Or if there should be multiples of them, why are there 2 right next to each other as if they're eyes? You know, that's the only reason I have that doubt. That's all. Maybe it represents carrying Kazuya and Chizuru's love. Or she thinks it is. Okay. Waning crescent at the end of the moon cycle, whereas waxing is the beginning. Minnie has two loves in the story, the love that Chizuru and love the Kazuya, but her love for them is on the decline. Her patience is wearing thin, and she's no longer being happy-go-lucky in the presence of her master. A crisis of faith that she's not even really a crisis of faith, and she's not even really a participant. Yeah. Did you also notice how odd the sequence of events was for the past couple of chapters? We had assumed that the night out between Minnie and Chizuru had happened a couple before the mommy car school scene, but apparently they were happening somewhat simultaneously. The events felt jumbled and mixed around in a way to cause confusion. We're jumping constantly between time, and that time in the story is much like Kazuya jumping between thoughts of Ruka and thoughts of Mommy, which also talking to Minnie and talking into information about Chizuru. We as readers are both bombarded with new problems told in a confusing way that also obscures our view of what's going on with Chizuru in the background. We're literally time leaping. I wrote a whole thing about this. We're literally time leaping. Like, that's the whole idea, is that it's meant to be confusing. We're literally in an alternate timeline. We're time leaping. Everything is fucking weird. We as readers are both bombarded with new problems told in a confusing way that also obscures our view of what's going on with Chizuru in the background. And even when we see Chizuru, her actions don't always seem to align with her words. You simply cannot make full sense of the picture because it's written and shown in a way where it's impossible to do so. It's on purpose. This is literally what I was saying. Actions without words cannot be understood. Words without actions have no meaning. That's why Kazuya is also unable to make forward progress in a satisfying way. There is simply too much happening too fast, and its underlying trauma is additionally interfering with its ability to make sense of what is happening to him. And much as we want to sit him down and explain to him that and calmly walk him through what's going on, there's no force in his life that could possibly lead him to come to this conclusion on his own. Despite all that, Kazuya still gets it about half right and half wrong. This is where the two people idea comes in. He hears that she's ready to date him, but he somehow comes away with the resolve to better himself. It's like there's a person who understands she can date him, and there's a person who thinks she doesn't love him. But those are opposing ideas. Are they? I feel like you dating someone and you being in love with them is not mutually exclusive. You can date someone without loving them. I don't see how they're opposing ideas, but let's continue. He remembers, though, the Ito grandiose profession, but doesn't remember the miso soup. But he thinks it would be lame to copy that because he thinks it lacks originality and doesn't really fit with what moved Chizuru. You can see this feeling of two people here, no? The person who can only half remember things and the person who understands Chizuru intuitively trying to make a sense of puzzle that has missing pieces. Wait, does he? What? Whoa, does he actually say that? I'm confused now. Okay. I don't have the money to rent a helicopter anyway. I would doubt that at least 5 other dudes have tried it before me. I bet she'd say it's a waste of money, let alone a diamond ring. Tons of guys have tried hitting on Mizuhara. Okay, I can see what you're talking about. Where, like, he says it's a waste of money. That would be like Chizuru. She would think it's a waste of money. I can see that. I mean, we've said this before, I think. There was like a different chapter where it's like the duality of Kazuya. The person can only half remember things, and the person who understands Chizuru intuitively trying to make a sense of a puzzle that has missing pieces. With Mommy, he still somehow doubts she might actually like him, but also starts to hit upon the, wait a minute, what was that about Chizuru being mad at her? So tantalizingly close, brother. And with Ruka, he assumes responsibility for her sexual against him, but recognizes that he only feels physical attraction towards Ruka. And a realization that gives him the exact answer to his question of, how do I know I love you, to Chizuru? In that exact same moment, somehow doesn't think of just repeating those thoughts aloud to Chizuru. A man at war with himself. The only thing I'm like weird about is the Ruka thing, where you say a realization that gives him the exact answer to the question of, how do I know I love to Chizuru? Because he only feels physical attraction to Ruka. That's not how I interpreted that scene. Where when he looks at Ruka, his immediate reaction is to not deal with his complicated feelings and instead explain his feelings for Chizuru. That's kind of the problem. It's like he feels physical desire for Ruka, but he actually doesn't have an answer here. You think he does. He says it's too much to process. Whenever I say Ruka-chan to feel guilty about the date all over again, I don't even know where to begin resolving any of these feelings. Right? He doesn't really want to think about those feelings for Ruka. It's easier to just not think about them. And then notice what he does. I'm already committed in front of Yamori-san. I'm committed to Chizuru. He uses his commitment to Chizuru, a blind commitment. We've talked about this. We had a whole discussion about this. To Chizuru to justify his beliefs that what he feels for Chizuru is love. Because if what he feels for Chizuru is love, then what he feels for Ruka is lust. Do you see the problem? He literally doesn't want to resolve his feelings and doesn't want to think about the lust that he feels. Plus, for my feelings for Mizuhara go beyond physical attraction. This is a lie. This is a lie. He's wrong. He's literally in shadow when he says this. He literally proceeds to say, upon saying this, I heard he loves Ruka now. He doesn't. He doesn't love Ruka, but he has a lot of physical attraction towards her. He cares for Ruka. She matters to him, but he doesn't love her. Also, you heard it? Did you even read this for yourself, bro? You even read this for yourself, bro? You just heard it from someone else? You didn't find that out for yourself? You let someone else tell you how to feel and think about something? Anyways, he says, plus my feelings for Mizuhara go beyond physical attraction. He's lying to himself. What he feels for Chizuru definitely roots himself a lot in physical attraction, because he proceeds to say, I don't just want to have sex with her. I mean, I do. I really, really do. Like, he's super fucking into it. Right? But it's more than that. Yes, you do feel all these other things, but they don't go beyond physical attraction. That's a lie. That there's a reason he's hidden in shadow here. That's a lie. They don't go beyond physical attraction. They are actually very directly connected to physical attraction. And he needs to be honest about that. I want to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. No, there's a reason he's hidden in shadow here. No. His feelings are very deeply tied to physical attraction at this point. You think they will show that shit? What? Let's see. Draw what? Them having sex? Yeah, probably. I could definitely see Reishi drawing them having sex. 100%. Completely lost. I kind of disagree with this idea that he finds the answer. He digs deeper into his love, absolutely, and he can say these things, but he is partially lying to himself that it just goes beyond physical attraction. It doesn't. And the reason I really say this doesn't is because the description he gives here falls directly under I. What is I? There's essentially, in Japanese culture, there's essentially like, what is it? There's essentially like 3 ways to say love, I think. There's like Suki, Koi, and I think Suki might be something different. Koi is basically interpreted as a romantic attraction or affection for someone, whereas I is considered a very selfless form of love that goes beyond physical attraction. But what I've understood from what Reiji's been saying is that that's nonsense. That's not really love. Love is a mixture of the two. You can feel physical desire for someone and absolutely feel a selfless need to protect them. This is in part real. There is a reason he's shadowed here. He says, I don't just want to have sex with her. I mean, I do. I really, really do. But it's more than that. He's lying. He's literally sitting in the light in front of him, but he's in shadow. He cannot possibly conceive it. I want to protect her, be there for her, and spend time with her. Okay? Isn't it interesting that when he says this, you intentionally don't see him? When he says this, you intentionally don't see him because he's literally not doing that. And then it cuts back to him, and now he's illuminated in light. How am I ever going to let her know all this? You just say it. So literally, he's not doing the thing he says he wants to do, and he's lying to himself about the fact that he really, really wants to have sex with her, and a lot of his feelings are deeply rooted in his feelings of wanting to have sex with her. And then he lies to himself and says it goes beyond that. He's deluding himself that he's not doing these things. His love his love isn't as selfless as he's presenting it. It's become very, very selfish because he's not doing any of these things. He says he wants to, but he's not actually fucking doing them. So literally, the love has lost its meaning. That's why I don't fully agree with this idea that he somehow found this realization. Rather, he's lying to himself. That's how I read this scene. A man at war with himself, that I can agree to. Completely lost, he resorts to the worst possible advice. Croc. They just took Grok and turned it to Croc. When I read Croc, I just think crocodile, like from One Piece. Oh man, Crocodile. What a good villain. I can't wait to see him. I can't wait to see how they portray him in the live action. That's going to be sick. Because I already saw season 2. They already showed him. He had the laugh and everything. But I want to see how they show his powers. Oh, it's going to be sick. Anyways, he resorts to the worst possible advice, Croc, and the best possible advice, Sumi. He quickly gives up on Croc because it's stuff he already figured out anyway, and he hopes for the best with Sumi. The entrance of Sumi is very telling that the Sumi we know has changed quite a bit from our previous ideas of her. She initiates with a playful physical contact and words spoken aloud. A single word. She only says one word, and that word has a lot of impact in contrast to the word the chapter starts with, date. Okay. She's able to confidently guide the flow of the date to where she needs to head. She's taking charge of the date rather than Kazuya, who typically does, right? He's following her. Correct, I agree with that assessment. There's a lot of breakdown on her outfit as well, but I want to focus on just one thing for now. I believe this is the first time we've seen Sumi not have a bow tie around her signature ink brush braid. It's a jewel instead. There's been a lot of depictions of Chizuru as with the jewel in the series, so it's fascinating to me that Sumi is picking up that piece of her in the new arc, something rare and precious. Right? Yeah, that's what I noticed too. Like the jewel on her thing. Like I remember when we first read the chapter, that was my first thought. I was just like, wait, why isn't she wearing a ribbon? That's weird. And then the jewel she wears reminds me a lot of the jewel that Chizuru wears on her ears. You don't see Sumi's not wearing earrings, from what I can tell. It doesn't look like Sumi's wearing earrings, or we don't see them. So instead, the jewel is relegated here, and that's interesting because Chizuru wears jewel earrings. She wears I believe it was like azure earrings. So that was really interesting. Like they're very like blue earrings. So the fact that Sumi is now wearing that is quite interesting. Let's see. Sumi was the soother of Kazuya's worries in the past, but the single change in her braid accessory feels like an indication that we should expect a much different role from her from now on. Finally, I will end, I think, maybe another long series of date chapters similar to Minnie and Chizuru. So if you expect like 3 to 4 chapters, I would be revised that to something like 13, 15. Weirdly, I'm kind of hovering around the number 8. I don't know why. I'm hovering around the number 8. I don't quite know why. I don't expect it to be insanely long. 13 and 15 seems a little long. 8 chapters, maybe 10 chapters, seems like the right amount. 8 is the volume amount. There you go. I don't know. This feels like something that like would end in a volume. That's how I read it. This feels like something that would end in a volume. Yeah, 5 seems a little short. 5 seems a little short. Especially considering we haven't had any time with Sumi in a while. And Sumi's been built up for a little bit. 5 seems a little short. I think we need a little more than 5. Like a good 8 to 10 chapters. That seems kind of fucking reasonable. Let's see if there's anything else that they wrote. Not a crazy amount. Okay. The car scene, mini meetup was yesterday. The chapters. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I don't agree with the thing that he said about the chapters and happening and all that. Because the whole mommy thing is meant to be 2 separate days. So the mommy thing that happens with Kazuya, where they're in the car, is not on the same day that Chizuru meets Minnie. Those are two completely separate days. Reggie intentionally shows that they're two completely separate days. But I do agree with the timey-wimey jumping up shit and all that. I like the idea Varicus brought up that this date could be a way to push Kazuya to the other side of the mirror and make him realize what he put Chizuru through during their own date. I have a hard time imagining Kazuya becoming aware of this on his own, but it would definitely be a good thing. On the other hand, you're scaring me. I'm getting at least 3 to 4 chapters minimum for Sumi. The date, the gift, the conversation. But oh boy, 12 to 13. I mean, I literally think it's going to be a volume. I really think it's going to be like a full fucking volume. It's the same day. What? No. So, no. You're getting shit mixed up. No. Kazuya talks to mommy prior right here. Right? He talks to mommy right here. And then Minnie meets Sumi. The next day, right? So the entire Sumi thing happens. He says he's going to call Sumi here, and you literally see Sumi sitting at night in the same day. And then he rings up Sumi so she doesn't call Chizuru. Because Sumi doesn't call Chizuru talks to Minnie instead. Okay? Then this entire sequence continues. You get to the next chapter. And what happens? That night ends. Okay, this night ends. You cut to the next day. All right, it's clearly the next day. You cut to the next day, and Kazi is at school. He'd already texted Sumi by this point. And you continue, and then you get to the next chapter, and what do you see in the next chapter? It's at night again, and you cut to Chizuru's home. It's not the same day. Minnie talked to Chizuru the day before. And then it cuts to the next day where Chizuru is selling her home. There's two different mommy conversations. There's a conversation in chapter 413. There's a conversation here. She texted her. In 418, Minnie texted her. When Chizuru was talking to Minnie in that day, did she ever mention selling her house? When Minnie was talking to Chizuru on that day, did Chizuru ever mention selling her house? No. Minnie tells him later that she texted her. I guess the property, where is it right here? Does your family, where is it? Where does she fucking say it? We talked online yesterday. There it is. We talked online yesterday. They were texting. That means when Kazuya was with mommy in the car, Minnie texted her. That means the conversation Chizuru had with Minnie were 2 separate days. So you have to go back another day. 2 separate events. When Kazuya is with mommy in the car, it is not on the same time Minnie is talking to Chizuru. Those are 2 completely separate events. That's why I disagree with that. Like the story blatantly tells you, Minnie just fucking texted Chizuru. That's all. Like, I think you just overthought it a little bit. Dub. Never. Okay, anything here? Fruit tart, blah, 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 blah. Sumi had historically been someone Kazuya confided in when he could not see the forest for the trees. On his last birthday date, he was struggling on whether to reveal a rental lie after learning of Cedric's condition. Fuck, I bit my tongue again. Fuck. And his delusions of Chizuru as an Iron Lady that he cannot help and would likely bring down further got broken through by Sumi just being there for him to talk to and cry through it, thereby solving the problem. Notice how having someone who has no agenda of their own and you can trust to talk to about things helps. Yep, that sure helps, doesn't it? Oh, Minnie. It sure's like if you keep having your fucking addenda bullshit, we're never going to resolve anything. But that's the thing. Sumi does have some ulterior motive, and she has to come to terms with that. And I think that's what's going to happen now. Sumi's going to have to come to terms with her ulterior motives. That she does have a bit of an agenda here, but she's just not honest about herself with that agenda. When he was struggling with distance after Sayori's death, it was Sumi again who gently pointed him in the direction of just trying to his best. Chizuru was telling him to stay out of it 4 to 5 times. Sumi told him if it was her, she'd be glad someone would be there for her, hence the cheer update. So historically speaking, she is the one to talk to Kazuya if, once again, running in circles on his own head instead of thinking it. So whether it's through a reverse Odaiba or not, personally I believe that she'd had found her resolve after witnessing the Kohab. Sumi making him realize what had been going on since then is something I hope and would be in line with her character, as well as her functioning whenever she was involved with Kazuya in the plot. Okay, Minnie says she was at dinner with Chizuru the day before, and 417 Minnie think about the day before too. What? For the love of God. Okay, here we go. Okay. What does Minnie say? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. We talked yesterday about, if she didn't have her play, what would have happened by now. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Now that just contradicts things. That's just weird. Okay, fine, that is weird. That is weird. They texted online yesterday and... Oh, that's weird. Okay, that is some timey-wimey bullshit. Okay, fair. You got me there. That's some timey-wimey bullshit. Fair enough. You got me there. I concede. That is weird. So that implies that what happened with Mommy was on that... What the fuck? That implies what happened with Mommy was on that same dough. What the fuck? Oh, what is going on? Oh, what the fuck? What is going on? That implies that happened on the same day that was going on. What the... Wait, Okay, wait. When did the... Wait, let's see what Kazuya says about the Mommy thing. When did that happen? When does Kazuya say the Mommy thing happened if he mentions it? Does he ever talk about the Mommy thing? That's weird. What the fuck? That's weird. What the fuck? Wow, we really are time traveling. We really are time traveling. What the fuck? Oh, that's trippy, bro. That's trippy as balls. You literally can't make sense of time anymore. It's fucking nonsense. We literally can't make sense of time anymore. I think that's super interesting. It's almost like Reiji using the thing So Reiji has... Okay. So funny joke here. Reiji has a tendency to really fuck up, like, his timing. He always writes, like, the wrong time on his phone, or, like, when he's writing the time for the events and stuff, he tends to fuck it up. I feel like he's literally using that as a writing thing now. He's like, you know what? I fuck up with the time and the dates that I put in this manga. You know what? I'm gonna take that and dig in a story thing. No, I'm fucking up on purpose, guys. Please believe me. I fucked up on purpose, guys. Please believe me. It was all planned. Deep brain shit. I fucking love this man. After the rental date with Sumi Sakurazawa, rent a girlfriend, chapter 418, the biggest change going to chapter 4 will be inside Kazuya Kinoshita himself. That wasn't just a random date. It was likely the reset of his emotions. Sumi didn't directly give big advice, but through her actions, kindness, and improved confidence, she helped him calm down and think more clearly. I don't know what this person's talking about. Okay, so I'm going to just catch up on the comments. I think I didn't read like a bunch of comments. I think this is a rare moment of honesty, though, because it's right after he thinks about the moment Chizuru is crying. What are we referring? Oh, well, no. I know what you're referring to, so I know what you're referring to. It's so okay. Reiji, the reason I don't think it's honesty is because Reiji intentionally draws characters in shadows when they are blind. He intentionally draws characters in shadows when they are blind. And then right after that, Kazuya is intentionally shown in shadows when he says this. Right? When he remembers that moment, he's intentionally shown in shadows. It's almost like, and this is even more tragic if you think of it this way, he's using that moment where he really did genuinely give a shit about her and wanted to protect her and be there for her as an excuse to say he's not just physically attracted to her. Because, see, I did that before, and I did that from a really heartfelt place. Therefore, it's not just physical attraction. That must mean that what I feel for Chizuru isn't just physical attraction. That makes it even more sad. And is right there going to meet soon. You said chapter 420 and 401. Yeah, so it seems like 420 they might not meet. Seems like 420 might be like an important chapter for like a low. I heard they're not going to see each other at least like another 70 chapters. I doubt it. Because right now we're kind of hitting a climax. We're essentially hitting a climax right now where we're reaching that point where like all the pieces have been set up. Like the chessboard is ready. And now we're dealing with the main fucking issue. So it not, I would say at most, maybe like 15 chapters. Maybe like 15 chapters and they actually meet up again. Because time has been moving really fast. It's already like midway through June. It's already like, yeah, they've already moved pretty fast. So I do think they're going to meet up soon. I think the shadow is him not fully accepting his lust, but it's not a lie that he feels beyond go physical attraction. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not a lie, but he's using it as an excuse. Which is kind of sad. It's even more sad that he's lost the point of his love. My girlfriend was saying Sumi arc is going to start and it's going to be a minimum 50 chapters. You think that's right? No. No. Like I said before, it's probably like 8 to 10 chapters at most. 50 chapters is insane. I highly doubt that, especially considering the Sumi date is only supposed to be like 3 or 2 hours. I think it's like supposed to be only be 2 hours. So I don't think it's going to be that long. That's insane. Makes sense since this is the start of the volume. Yeah. 7 would be perfect. It's the same day. That would make this... Oh, yeah, we talked about all this stuff. Yeah. You think Sumi will confess her feelings for him? I think it's a very real possibility, but there's a lot of stuff that could also happen. You know, there's a lot of things, like, I think we gotta, like, go through them and list them down. We can maybe do it tomorrow. So I think tomorrow what we'll do before I start Kingdom Hearts is that we'll sit down and kind of list all the relevant factors for this date. Feel free to make your own list in the meantime, so you can share it with me and we can start making, like, a proper list. But there is, like, a list of things that are, like, relevant to this date that we gotta talk about. Like, there's a lot of relevant shit, not just the stuff Kazuya talked about, but, like, for example, Sumi talking to Chizuru on her birthday. That is incredibly relevant to this entire event, you know? There's a lot of stuff like that layered all throughout. You know, there's stuff from the past dates that Kazuya and Sumi have been on. There's stuff from past events. There's even the cheer update. Even the cheer update is very much relevant to this. So I'd like to make, like, a list of things, like, we'll use them as, like, check marks of things we should probably look out for this date that I think are absolutely going to be relevant. With that said, we've been streaming for about 5 hours. I think this is a good time to call it. I thought of one that would be interesting just now. Red Ranger only is Red Venus practice. Probably won't happen, but would be cool. Red Ranger only its first Venus practice. Probably won't happen, but that would be cool. What do you mean? Could you elaborate? I'm a little confused. Could you elaborate? Oh, you mean Sumi? Sumi takes him to see the first Venus practice again? Just like she took him to see the rental Rangers? Ooh. But that was already a play, so I don't know how that would work. Sumi knew about the play. I don't know how that would work. Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like we're intentionally not being shown Chizuru's play. I think maybe Sumi might reveal something about the play. So maybe instead of seeing it, we hear about it. And Venus is actually relevant to cherries, which is the thing on Sumi's clothes. Sumi is, Venus is directly connected to cherries, which is on Sumi's clothes. So Venus is relevant to this, yes. That reminds me, I should probably like watch the older stream and like grab some stuff from it, because there was some stuff in there that I think we should try to remember. Anyways, yeah, okay, not a bad theory, but I think maybe instead of showing it, we hear about it, because that feels like the whole idea. But Sumi could also give Kazuya a new perspective by showing him something. I don't know. I don't know. Feeling tired now. See you next time for Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, see you later. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'll call it here too. I kind of want to go get some rest, hang out with some family, and then we can stream again tomorrow. Luckily for you guys, I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday. So, woo. Off Tuesday and Wednesday. I think I'm going to have some extra time. It should be nice. So we'll have the usual streams back in order too. So I'm going to stream Tuesday and I'm going to stream Wednesday. Like the usual stuff. Like the good old days. Like the good old days. Oh my god, I remembered. I remember... I remember the line from Metal Gear Rising where he's like, the good old days before 9... I don't know if I should say the full name. Metal Gear Solid's so fucking stupid. Metal Gear Solid's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, I fucking love Metal Gear. We gotta play Metal Gear on stream at some point, dude. I haven't touched Metal Gear since like the PS3. I haven't played fucking Metal Gear since like the PS3 era, dude. We gotta play it at some point. Yes, that will be nice. Yeah, we'll go back to the usual schedule soon. I'll also stream tomorrow. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Have a good day. Relax. Take it easy. Turn on the radio. Would you like M or fun? Okay. Take care. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night or good day wherever you